Welcome, curious souls, to Paranormal M, where we unravel the secrets of the supernatural. I just want to give a shout out to a couple regular listeners and let you guys know that I appreciate the support. So, with that being said, quick shout out to Mama 1983, Trina Bridges, Marlene Morris, Tara Kelly, M. Kelly, and Mike Strip. We hope you're prepared for a journey into the unknown. Connecting the dots. I always was freaked out by ghosts growing up, but never truly believed in them. I would always freak myself out watching scary videos and jump at shadows for the next couple nights. But something different happened to me not too long ago. Something that sends shivers down my spine every single time I tell the story. It all started my sophomore year of high school. I had one of my buddies over for a sleepover, and after staying up till midnight playing games, we decided to go to bed. I was lucky enough to have an extra bed set up in my room that I had my friend Dave sleeping in. We end up falling asleep after some time and some chit-chatting. Later in the night, I'm awoken to a blood-curdling scream coming from Dave across the room. He was sitting up in his bed, pale as a ghost. I asked him what happened and why he was screaming. He replied, nothing, I'm sorry. Must have just been a nightmare. I said, oh, okay, no problem, I guess. Then we fell back asleep. Some years later, I was sleeping in my bed. I was alone in my room this time around, when I suddenly woke up with cold sweats and in a severe panic. I just assumed I woke up from a nightmare that I didn't remember. Some preface. I usually would sleep in my bed facing the wall because I never wanted to look out into the abyss of my room and become horrified by mere shadows. So when I woke up that night, I rolled over and checked my phone. The time was 4 a.m. When I set my phone down, I saw something that made me freeze in terror. I was staring eye to eye with a young boy, mouth agape, eyes blacker than the depths of the sea. He was wearing old-timey clothing, a white-collared button-up suspender. His hair was a neat jet black in a bowl cut. I have never been so horrified in my life. I couldn't move. All I could do was just stare at this figure who moved not a muscle. He was paralyzed with fear, just like me. After what felt like an eternity, I reluctantly rolled back over and tried to fall asleep, hoping that I was just having a bad dream that felt all too real. To my dismay, the nightmare would soon become a reality. The next day I went through my daily routine, trying to forget about the horrors I faced the night before. As the sun fell, I felt a sense of dread take over me, knowing that I would have to go back to bed eventually. I laid in bed watching my TV with the sleeper timer on. I eventually fell asleep. I was once again awoken, same cold sweats, same alarming trepidation. I checked my phone, which this time luckily was on the side of my bed closest to the wall. The time lit up to a familiar sight. It was 4 a.m., and to my dismay, I suddenly got an unstoppable urge to turn around. Once again, I saw the nightmarish gaze. I was freaking out so bad I ran out of my room and sat in the living room with all the lights on. My mom heard me running down the stairs and asked me what happened. She told her, or rather I told her everything about both nights and that disturbing nighttime visitor. She chalked it up to sleep paralysis and explained that sometimes dreams can feel real. I assumed she was correct. I mean, she's a mom, they're usually right? Right. The next year, on a dark, cold night, I was hanging out with my older brother on the back porch, shooting the shit. We talked about everything, work, school, aliens. Then we got to the topic of the hour. I asked him, "Hey man, have you seen anything crazy around the house? Like anything spooky?" He told me, "Yeah, now that you mentioned that, you're not gonna believe, but I've heard some creepy shit recently." I was in my room late that night, and I heard a strange, inhuman moaning coming from my door. There was also a nasty scratching at the bottom of the door, almost as if there was an animal of some kind on the other side of it. The only thing is, Barry, our only dog at the time, was with me in my room. I was starting to get chills, but I was intrigued. I said, "Damn, that's crazy, man, but have you seen anything?" He shrugged and said, "I think it may have been a dream, or maybe I was just too high that night. My brother was a big stoner back then. But I think I saw something in the living room. I was out there by myself late at night playing games on my phone. I looked up at the fish tank and saw what looked like a strange young boy with his face pressed against the glass, hands by his side, just standing there, motionless. I was starting to panic. I mustered up the courage to ask him the question. "Danny, what did he look like?" And Danny told me every single detail with incredible accuracy with my encounter. I'd never told anybody about this beside my mom. Even then, I didn't go into that much detail with her because she didn't seem to believe me anyways. But he described everything. The white-collared shirt, the suspenders, the bowl cut. I was absolutely mortified. I told him my story, and then he started freaking the hell out, telling me that there's no way that this is a coincidence. Suddenly I remembered my friend in my room years back. I gave him a call, and Jesus Christ, I wish I didn't. "Hey Dave, what's up, man? Hey, I got a question for you. Do you remember when you were sleeping over at my house, and you woke up screaming? I was just curious as to what that actually was, just wondering." He said, "Oh man, I think it was just a nightmare. Could have sworn I saw a boy in your room. I thought it was like your younger brother, but when I looked at him and looked at you, he was gone." Me and Danny are freaking the hell out at this point. He was sprinting around my pool yelling my ass off, and well, he gets back to me and we recollect ourselves. Dave's on the phone still at this point. "What? What's all that yelling?" "Dave, can you tell me what that boy looked like?" Yeah. He looked like really old-timey, like early 19th century. He had suspenders, a white shirt, and he had a black bowl-cut hairstyle. To this day, that story haunts me to my goddamned core. I can't seem to find any other options beside that I was indeed a spirit, or that was a spirit that had visited us. I sleep with the night mask on now. Ghost or demon following me. To start the story off, I live in the ghetto, at least for a while, with my dad and my stepmom, and my little sister, but she comes in later. Ever since my dad moved into that house, I've had weird experiences, like scratching on my closet door. But anyways, he married my now stepmom, and she had experiences too. But once my sister was born, things got worse. I would wake up and see people standing over my bed, butterflies flying into my pillowcase, which seems nice, but I'm actually terrified of them. And even her toys would turn on by themselves. But one night in particular, I woke up and saw a strange man standing over my sister's crib. We shared a room, just looking at her. We eventually moved houses, and I went to my friend's house, and we played the Ouija board, and I was asking it questions that had answers that she didn't even know. I asked if the ghost is attached to one of us, and it said that it was attached to me. I then asked if it was one that was in my old house. It said yes. I asked if it was a man standing over my sister's bed. It also said yes. He said that he's a demon, but attached to me because he likes me and my family. When I got home, though, strange things would happen. A piece of stone that was cemented into one of the living room walls fell out in an odd way. My dad watched it happen and told me. It came out, stopped for a split second, then fell and shattered into the floor. Another strange incident was a toilet flushing by itself. But that's not the creepiest. Me and this demon have created some sort of friendship and communication. I hear taps in my room, and that's his way of telling me that he wants to talk. 1 tap means yes, 2 taps means no. One night I felt very heartbroken. I said, "When's the person that's meant for me going to come?" Because I normally just talk to myself to kind of calm me down, and next thing I hear is a tap right next to me. And a man with a very scratchy voice whispering in my ear, "He's coming." A month after that, I found my boyfriend, and the activities calmed down a bit. The Little Kid. This time I was around 13, and not alone. I had my little brother 7 and my mom's best friend's daughter 8. We were sitting on the floor in the living room watching TV. My mom and dad had a friend here in the kitchen with them. Everything's pretty normal. I had goosebumps a couple of times. After a while, we all turned our heads in the same direction. Me and the kids. Something just passed in the hallway between my parents' room and mine, like if something just left the bathroom. The kids looked at me weirdly, so I asked, "You saw it too?" They said, "Yeah," kind of scared. So I told them, it's probably just my parents or their friend. I stand up and go into the kitchen, asking, "Who was in the bathroom?" They looked at me and said, "What are you saying? We haven't moved from here." I got suspicious. I decided to go and look for what happened. I looked in my parents' room, the bathroom, and even my own room. Nothing. I thought I could be imagining it. The kids saw it too, but I forgot about it and months passed. One night my grandmother, on my father's side, needed help because she was sick, so my mom and I took the car to go to her apartment. On our way back, my dad called us, so I took the phone and said, "Yeah, why are you calling?" He asked when we'll be back. I said, in 20 minutes, I think. Then he told me, something really weird happened. He continued, "I was watching TV and saw someone walking in the hallway between my room and yours. I instantly remembered what happened months ago, but didn't say anything." He added, "Thought it was your brother because it's almost the same height as him. I waited 20 minutes, but didn't see him going back from the bathroom. I thought maybe he'd fallen asleep on the toilet, so I came to see if it was empty. I came in your brother's room and he was sleeping." I told him that we would talk about it at home, and we did. I said, "Remember that time I asked you to come into the bathroom? Well, me and the kids saw the same thing as you. Like a little kid running there. We tried to look at the past of the house, but we haven't found anything. I haven't really gotten scared because, it wasn't something bad. Still, we saw it a couple of times before it stopped completely." He came to see me. One night I came to sleep. Nothing weird. It was in winter. My bed was a bunk bed, and I always slept on the top part because the bottom one had all my plushies on it. I fall asleep easily. During the night I woke up because I was cold. At first I thought, oh, Mom probably had opened the window and forgot to close it. So I turned my head on my right looking at the window. That's when my heart skipped a beat. I saw a human shape, translucid white. In front of the window, looking in my direction, it looked like a man. I got scared and tried to hide myself in my sheets. I was breathing slowly, trying to stay silent. That's when I felt my hair being touched, like if someone was looking at them and touching it. I even felt that one strand of hair was being lifted. I couldn't help but scream like if someone was trying to kill me. I heard my mom and father running in the stairs. They entered my room and I was crying. She came to hug me and asked what happened, and I told her everything. She wasn't even concerned. She told me to calm down, that it wasn't bad. We talked about it for the next morning, and she told me, "Don't be afraid. I think it's my father who died when I was 15. He wasn't trying to hurt you. I think he came to look at his granddaughter." I couldn't believe it. But it never happened again, and I haven't saw that man again, because I experienced tons of things like that in my life. My grandma on my father's side, which was sort of a witch, didn't know until I was 15. And she had some supernatural ability to see things normal people can't see. She always told me I had the same ability, but I never wanted to believe, neither try to control it, so I keep seeing things that genuinely scare me. The scariest day of my life. When it happened, I was 15. I'm a girl, and I'm now 20. I was sleeping at my friend's house. So later that day, around October, she said, "Let's do some urbex. There's an abandoned factory near my house." I accepted. So when we were there, I started feeling weird. But I thought that was probably because it was just new for me, exploring, blah, 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 blah. Everything went well except the fact that I had the feeling of being spied on. After an hour exploring there was only one room left to visit. So I asked her, "What's behind the door?" She said, "Oh, nothing, it's the attic. Nothing interesting. Also, there's a lot of wasps' nests. You shouldn't go there." I was young and stupid, so I replied, "Don't worry, I'll go, and I'll see if there's nests and I'll quickly come back." The door was stuck, so I kicked it and opened it. First thing I saw was wooden stairs. While climbing, I started having this weird feeling even more. It was scaring me a bit, but I was brave. So I looked at what was upstairs, and I could see a room with a big round window. And at that moment, I saw 2 walls right beside that room, and it was around 1 meter wide. And that's when I saw eyes. They were looking at me, and I was petrified. I couldn't look away, too scared, I couldn't move. After something like 5 minutes of that thing staring at me, couldn't see his body, but my friend asked me, "Is everything okay?" But I couldn't reply. Then the thing moved in my direction. That's when I started running in the stairs as fast as I could. I was skipping the steps 4 to 4, too afraid it could be faster than me. I screamed to my friend, "Run, just run!" After being back home, I was shocked. We haven't talked about it much. I told her I saw something, but that's all. After months, we needed to walk past that factory to meet one of her friends. I was feeling spied again, but we could hear something following us in the forest. That wasn't fun at all. I could see a shadow here and there, but I chose to ignore it. Why? After leaving the forest, We were on a path in a field of tall grass. I stayed there near the forest waiting for my friend to come back, because the other girl didn't like me at the time. Then I saw a shadow between two big trees, and before I could realize it, that shadow was in front of me in the tall grass. I couldn't see it well, but I was able to see his eyes looking at me. It was approaching me slowly. I was so scared, and writing messages to my friend saying that the thing was there. My friend took something like 2 minutes to see my messages. 2 minutes that looked like hours to me. From where she was, she could totally see what was behind the grass, so she started screaming my name, telling me to join her as fast as possible. But I couldn't run. I had a feeling if I was taking my eyes off of it, it could be dangerous, even more dangerous than now. So I walked backwards until I was with her, seeing the thing following me, and then it disappeared in a second. I was so scared, so once again we ran away to her house, locking all the doors. When I was in my room, I could hear weird sounds and see shadows. That was a nightmare. I wasn't able to sleep because the sounds were waking me up. I was feeling spied on in my own bedroom. So I tried to talk about it with my friend, and she refused to tell me what she saw. She just said, "It's not important to know what it was, because we won't go there, ever." After a while, somebody told me to try to speak to that thing. Ask it to let me alone, and that I was sorry if I did something wrong. And that's what I did, and since then I never saw it or heard it again. I was genuinely scared. Sometimes I still feel this weird feeling, but not as much as before. Something is happening in my apartment. I moved into John's apartment a couple of months after he started dating. I know it sounds quick, but we knew each other well before dating, and it's not the point of the story. On March of 2016, and he lived here since 2013 already. Not long after moving in, I started to notice some strange things. Some objects would disappear, then reappear randomly. It was always small objects, and it was a rare occurrence at first. John said that it was a thing I should get used to, because it happened to him even before I started living here. Over the months and the years, it was occurring more and more often, to the point of at least once or twice a week. We started joking about it. We pretended that there was a leprechaun stealing our things when we weren't looking. I started saying, still jokingly, that it was more of a ghost, because often we would find the lost stuff. It would be in random places, sure, but we still ended up finding them. I even realized that if I lost something and I asked out loud to please give the stuff back to me, I would often find it in the same day or the day after. Maybe in a random place or right where I already looked 3 times before. I have 3 main examples of what happens most of the time. 1. We would have to go somewhere, and I wanted to wear one of my favorite shirts. I searched in my wardrobe on the shelf where I put all my t-shirts. It wasn't there. I was sure that it was here, and, well, it couldn't be in the washing machine since I took it out of the washing machine, put it on the clothes rack to dry, and then I put it in my wardrobe. So with all my other shirts 2 days prior, that's what I did. So I took all my t-shirts one by one out of my wardrobe, expecting to find the shirt that I wanted to wear. When the shelf was emptied, I still hadn't found this shirt. I asked John if, well, maybe he had taken it, but he said no. So I put every shirt one by one again, just in case I missed it, back on the shelf. Still, no trace of this shirt. Then I said out loud, "Please, Can you please give me my shirt back? I need it. I went to the toilet, and when I came back, the shirt was there on top of the other t-shirts. John couldn't have done it. He was and stayed in the living room. I was on the toilet, and from the living room you have to go past the toilet to go to the room where clothes are. So I would have noticed if he had left the living room in general, so I grabbed my shirt and I said, "Thank you," out loud. 2. We have 2 incense holders. One made out of wood, who was pretty basic, and one who was a gift from John's sister made of ceramic. The wooden one is usually in the bedroom, and the other is usually in the living room. One day John wanted to burn some incense, but he was unable to find the ceramic incense holder in the living room, where he spends most of his time. So we came to the bedroom. He was looking for the other one, and it had also disappeared. I got up and we both started to look for them. I found the wooden incense holder in the sink. I grabbed it and went to join John, while saying that I'd found the wooden one, and then I found another wooden incense holder, exactly like the one I had in my hand. That was on our freezer. Weird, but okay. Maybe we had another one and I forgot. Then I found a third wooden incense holder. It was looking like the other 2 where the ceramic one's usually standing. Finally, I found the ceramic incense holder in the bedroom on a shelf, where none of us had put an incense holder before. 3. I'm still upset about this one. I ordered a single blade razor online not too long ago. It took almost 2 months to arrive. The joy of AliExpress. I feel you. When it finally arrived, I put it inside my makeup bag. The next day, perfect timing, we had to go out and I wanted to wear makeup for the occasion. As I said in the preface, I spend most of my time on my bed, and I do pretty much almost everything on my bed, including my makeup. And when I do it, I push all the blankets to the end of the bed in a corner so nothing can accidentally get under the blankets. I always start with my makeup with my eyebrows. So, of course, I use my new single blade razor. When I'm done with it, I put it back in my makeup bag and keep doing my makeup. Makeup finished, time to tidy up. I noticed that the razor is missing. I looked around me, under the pillows, under the blankets. Still, no trace of the razor. I take every item one by one out of my makeup bag, and it's definitely not in there. I put the items back inside the bag and I searched under the bed. Another time under the pillows and blankets. I shook the blankets. I looked once more inside the makeup bag and under the bed, but I still couldn't find it. And to this day, I still haven't found my razor despite me asking, well, out loud to the thing that steals our stuff to please give it back to me. We also moved the bed and we changed the blankets multiple times. I'm still bitter about it, because it took a lot of time to arrive and I could literally use it only once. So this is mostly what's happening within my apartment. Stuffs either disappear and reappear in random places after you ask politely. Or sometimes they disappear forever, or disappear and reappear in multiple places at the same time. And please note that those things never happened or are never happening outside of this apartment. I never experienced something similar when I lived with my parents, or when I lived in my own apartment, or when we're at my, best friend's house or my mother-in-law's house or outside shopping. It only happened or is only happening inside our apartment. And I was fine with that until this week. At the beginning of the week, I can't remember the exact day, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, and from the corner of my eye, I saw something moving. I saw a black shape moving really fast, probably running from left to right. It was in the hallway between our bathroom and the bedroom. It was pretty small, about the size of a medium-sized dog. I only saw a shape, nothing that looked like limbs or a head. It was very quick. It didn't look like an animal or a humanoid. 2 days after the incident, I saw the exact same thing from the corner of my eyes, also while brushing my teeth in the bathroom. Still running fastly from left to right in the same hallway. Made me freak out. I don't know what it may be, but I have a bad feeling about it. I couldn't really explain why, but the thing I saw was really black and dark, and it just has a bad vibe. I'm currently trying to avoid going to the bathroom as much as possible. The last thing that happened is what made me write this post. It happened a few hours ago, and I was taking a shower. I can't stay standing up for too long, so I always have my shower sort of sitting down. I had enough energy today, so I wanted to wash my hair. While sitting down with my wet hair, I was just cleaning my body, and I saw it again. My shower has a door that makes things very blurry from inside and blurry from outside. So, like last times, I saw a black shape moving very quickly, but no detail, nothing definite. I saw it outside of my shower, but it was still not really big, and it looked like it moved from its height to the floor and disappeared. I waited a little, got out of the shower with my wet, unwashed hair. Now I'm afraid to go to the bathroom alone. I don't want to see it again. And for now, I only saw it when I was in the bathroom and alone. I've lived my life as an atheist, but just had my first paranormal experience. She pulled up near where the incident happened, waited in the car while I got out to get what I needed. The first thing I notice as I'm stepping out of the car is a huge gust of wind, and leaves begin falling rapidly from nearby trees. Not uncommon, but slightly weird because it's still been very hot and humid where I live. Fall has not yet begun yet. The only time it gets windy, like if there's a big storm coming, and there wasn't. And I try to ignore it, but the strong gusts of wind are rampant. The entire several minutes I'm walking around getting a video of the names and dates. I finish up quickly, get back to the car. The moment I get in my mom's, just says, "Ashley, I don't know if you even noticed, but I was watching the entire time you were out there. It was so windy with leaves falling everywhere. Now that you're back in here, everything's completely stopped." She was right. I looked around and it looked like a completely different setting. Not a single leaf falling, no signs of wind, just eerily still and completely silent. We sat and watched for several minutes to see if it would pick up again, but it didn't. Everything was completely still, and we just drove out of the cemetery. So we're both kind of weirded out, but again, I can't say that's a paranormal sign of something paranormal. Prominent sign of something paranormal. I decided to watch the video I took so I can start looking up names. The first tombstone I happened to capture is of Mayme Malden. M-A-Y-M-E. Never heard of that name. Mamie or Mame? I'm going to say Mame. I happen to capture is of Mayme Malden. I'll later find out that she is the monarch of the entire family buried in that section where the initial incident happened. But as I'm watching, it hits me that the date of her death is 9/13/69, as in the day that we decide to visit the cemetery to get those names is her death date. I will say that freaked me out because what are the chances? I've been putting it off and we just so happened to go on the day she died. What the fuck? Anyways, that's my update for you guys. I'm doing research in my spare time. Feel like this is going to be an ongoing saga. And will of course let you know all the more as anything unravels. Hey, world of Reddit. This is my first post here because I don't know where else to turn to. I guess this post is in two things without titles. Sorry and bear with me. Hello, world of Reddit. This is my first post here because I don't know where else to turn to. I'm a 25-year-old and I've lived my entire life into this point as an atheist. I didn't believe in God and still don't, to be honest, and absolutely nothing paranormal. I was always skeptical of believers and was certain that they're just exaggerating simple stories or maybe even fabricating them entirely. I could never sit through a single episode of ghost hunting shows because I just knew they were lying and faking evidence for the TV. Fast forward to the present time. Not long ago, my mother came up to visit, and for a while has wanted to photograph a very old cemetery in my town. She's a professional photographer. Thought it'd be cool. We finally decided to do so because I had free time and the weather was nice out. We loaded up all the equipment and rode over to the cemetery. I took several photos all over the cemetery and did a lot of sightseeing of the old headstones. A lot of them are from the late 1800s. We came across an incredibly unique tombstone, an extremely tall and aged marble in color, and had like a huge oval-like opening in the middle of it. We decided to take some pictures behind the opening of that tombstone. We set up the tripod and both got behind it, took a few what ended up being silly pictures. This was via the remote and had a couple laughs. She's my best friend and we stayed laughing. I told her it was getting late, so we should probably stop and get loaded back up, head back to the house. She agreed, and we walked away from the marble tombstone to grab the equipment just a few feet away. As we begin walking away, my mom is a few feet ahead of me, and I'm following directly behind her. I suddenly feel a heavy and abrupt weight hit my back. I can only compare it to perhaps somebody slapping your upper back with a surfboard or a huge plank of wood. It knocked the wind out of me, and I whelped, quickly freaking out trying to process what the hell was happening. I immediately noticed my mom was freaking out too, majorly. I assume that she saw or sees whatever hit my upper back, but then I noticed that she's yelling words. Get it off! What's on my back? Oh my God, something's on me! It dawns on me that she is feeling exactly what I felt. I start yelling back, trying to tell her that nothing's on her and to calm down. I start frantically explaining the physical attack I just felt myself. And we both apparently felt this. We're both very visibly shocked and confused. There were no trees above us in the area where we were standing, and there was nothing on the ground around us that would indicate something being thrown. We were also the only ones at the cemetery at that time. My mom had a mark on her left shoulder a couple of days later. I'm still trying to find ways to process this as I've never been a believer. But I now do without question. And I, however, have tons of different questions. Why did this happen to us, and what was so powerful to launch such a physical attack on two human beings at the same time? Again, just why? How? This has opened a whole new world to me, honestly. It brings up curiosity for the afterlife and death in general. I dug and did some research to see if anybody's ever investigated Laurelwood Cemetery where this happened to us. Much to my surprise, a family paranormal team that has a show on Icon Paranormal actually did an investigation there back in 2012. I tracked down their page on Facebook and reached out via Messenger. I told them about our incident and asked for more information on their investigation. The dad answered and he told me that he wasn't surprised, as it was one of the most active cemeteries he'd ever been to. He also sent me to the links of all the footage that they got there and all the amazing evidence that they got. My first time having sleep paralysis. The past few weeks I've been having horrible insomnia. I've been so tired that I'm having double vision. My chronic migraines have been happening every day. Just life in general has been pretty bad because of the lack of sleep. I finally got to sleep around 4 in the morning the other day. I don't even remember falling asleep, but as I was sleeping, I heard someone say, "Hey, watch out! There's something on your back." I was home alone. I tried to move to see who was talking, but couldn't move. I couldn't even open my eyes. I started to really freak out when I suddenly felt something on my back. It wasn't super heavy, so my first thought was that I left the door open and my cat was on my back. But then I felt long claws scraping my neck, claws much larger and sharper than that of my cat. The claws were just kind of running up and down my neck and spine, not cutting, just scraping. Then I felt breath on my neck. It was heavy, and with every exhale I could hear a low growl and feel the wet breath on my neck. Finally I heard someone shout, "Go away!" And the thing seemed to crawl off and I was able to move. I woke up at 6. The bedroom door was still shut, so I know it wasn't my cat. I was so confused and freaked out. I've never had sleep paralysis before, and I'm assuming that that's what this was. But I don't know who was talking, but I heard the same voice throughout the day. I chalked that up to lack of sleep, and now I'm just hearing voices. The girl in the basement. So I grew up in a house that had a few spirits in it. My family are all skeptics and would find some way to explain things away. A few experiences, and then I'll get into the main story. Our house was 3 stories, with technically 3 master bedrooms, 1 on each floor. The one on the main floor we used as an office. I would constantly hear someone walking around in the office at night, sinks turning on, toilets flushing, and occasionally talking. My parents would always say that someone was awake and making those noises, and the toilet and the water running was just faulty pipes. There would be a shadow figure that would place itself sort of on the tip floor. There was like a balcony that overlooked the foyer, and I would usually see who I was presuming to be a lady in a dress pacing. My parents just said it was a shadow of someone outside. We were on a hill overlooking all of our neighbors, so I don't know how they thought that this was possible. 3. I hated using the upstairs bathroom, which was my bathroom. I would hear talking and singing from the bathroom. When no one was home and I was in there, someone would bang on the door. One time I was showering and listening to music, and I heard the banging really loud. So loud that it seemed to shake the room. Then the locked door swung open, and then I heard a scream. My parents said that my brother was pranking me, which is something that he never did. Anyways, on to the main event. My brother's about 10 years older than me. He was the only living sibling at the home with me and my parents. He had the master bedroom in the basement. I was never really in the basement except for going to the garage because the garage was in the basement next to the bedroom. I always remembered feeling uneasy down there, but I wanted big rooms, so when my brother moved out, I begged my parents to let me have his room. And eventually they caved and let me have it. I moved all my stuff downstairs, painted and everything. I loved my new room. I was talking to my brother about it one day, and he told me, "Watch out for the little girl who lives down there. She likes to laugh." I was shocked, as obviously he was kidding. My whole family beside me, they never talked about stuff like that. I just laughed and shrugged it off, and he was probably just trying to scare me. About a week after I moved into my new room, I had a friend come over. We were just laying on the floor next to the bathroom laughing. That's when she had to go use the bathroom. She closed the door and just zoning out when all of a sudden she goes, "That's not funny." I asked her what she meant. I didn't do anything. She said that she heard someone laughing right outside the door. I didn't do anything or hear anything. She left freaked out and assumed my brother put her up to it, since she liked my brother. A few days later, I heard someone in my bedroom while I'm in the shower. I call out thinking that it's my mom, but I don't hear anything. I get out, and as I'm putting my robe on, I hear a little girl's giggle, and then, "Are you looking for me?" I freak out. I throw open the door to my room, but no one's there. I checked the garage and ended up setting off the house alarm, so no one could have come and gone through the doors without everybody knowing. I run upstairs and my mom is pissed. She's pissed that I set off the alarm, and I tell her what just happened. She told me my brother had a similar story when we first moved in, but it was nothing. Called my brother and asked him why he told me to watch out for the little girl. He said that I was the little girl. He was kidding because, he would always come downstairs and giggle really creepy. Well, I never did anything like that. And I told him that, and he got a little bit creeped out. I still would occasionally hear the little girl, never saw her, but she did like to laugh and open the bathroom and closet doors, and I named her Sarah. My brother called me up today, asked me about this. He asked me if I was sure I've never, tried to scare him by laughing. I told him again, no. Got uncomfortable. I don't think he knows how to handle the fact that our house was mildly haunted. I talked to my dead best friend. So a few years ago, I lost my best friend to suicide. It was very sudden, and for a while, we didn't really know why she did it. Eventually, her boyfriend and I hacked into her phone and computer. We think we figured out why, although we weren't totally sure. I really struggled with losing her. She was really my only friend for a long time. About 2 years after her passing, another friend was visiting and we got to talking about her. We decided to do a Ouija board to try to talk to her. I had never done a Ouija board before. I had heard some pretty bad stories about them, but decided to give it a shot. My friend and I made a board, set up a recorder, and sat down to start. The first few minutes, nothing happened, and then things got weird. The planchette started moving. Thought it was my buddy moving it, but he said he wasn't. He asked a question about, where did we meet? And the board spelled out, Stoner Pond, which is where they met. Then I asked, what did we do the first time we hung out? And it spelled out, burgers, which is what we ate the first time we hung out. My buddy and I tried to keep the question to only things and others, My buddy and I tried to keep questions to only things the others wouldn't know, as to rule out one of us moving the piece. At this point, we were pretty sure neither one of us were moving it. I decided to ask if she was happy. The board said yes, and then spelled out mom. And I knew that she had found her mom wherever she ended up. We had to stop shortly after as we had started to get, other more negative spirits coming through. After we ended, my buddy and I decided to listen to the recording that we took during the Ouija board session. Right before we started getting responses on the board, there was a voice saying hello, but turned up the volume and realized it was our friend. I definitely got some closure doing it, but honestly, probably won't do it again. Second part. This is where things get crazy. So I had quite a few requests to post the last half of my Ouija board story. In part 1, I contacted my dead best friend, got some closure. But we only talked for a few minutes before things got dark. My buddy and I were sitting down and talking with our friend, and soon after we started talking to her, the board started doing weird things. I was kind of unexperienced with Ouija boards, so I didn't quite understand when the planchette started going in circles and figure eights. My buddy started to get visually nervous and said that we had to close the session immediately. We said goodbye, moved the piece, but the piece moved to hello, and then to goodbye and back and forth. My friend was now freaking out but wasn't telling me what was going on, but I made the assumption that it was something very dark. We started asking questions like, what's your name? What do you want? Basic stuff. The spirit said that his name was no. And when we asked what he wanted, it spelled out my nickname, then went back and forth between the two letters. Then it said die and went I was now the one to start freaking out. I quickly said goodbye, and this time the planchette didn't move away from it. We thought it was over. I can feel spirits, so we saged and salted the house, and I didn't feel anything negative. We went about our day, and I never felt anything. But when I woke up in the morning, I had a set of 3 scratches down my leg. I knew what it meant, so I called my buddy back over, and we burned the board. We salted and saged again and again. We thought it was over. The next morning I woke up to 3 scratches down my back and bruises on my arms and legs. I felt something watching me and I started to get very paranoid about being home alone. I'm not new to the paranormal. I've lived with spirits pretty much my whole life. But this was something totally different. I couldn't control my anxiety. This went on for about a week, and then it just kind of faded away. I was still paranoid about going to the bedroom, which is where we did the Ouija session, and where most activity took place. Then it came to a head. I woke up sobbing about a very realistic nightmare. It was about my husband getting possessed and coming after me and killing me. It was horrible. I couldn't tell if it was a dream. I went to a meeting who had some guys come over and do something. I'm not sure what, but the haunting stopped. I still had my friendly spirits that would hang around, but the mean one was gone. Finally. I saw a skinwalker. Let me start off by saying that I'm very into the paranormal. I've seen spirits since I was very young. My friends think I'm actually psychic because I have so many experiences. I'd like to research the paranormal, especially haunted places I live near. I used to live near a canyon that I spent a lot of time in. I found an article about a group of kids that had an encounter with a skinwalker, which is what led me to want to go on a night hike with some friends. One of these friends was also interested in the paranormal, but as far as I know, didn't know any history about the canyon. The other friend was a skeptic. I didn't tell them what I had learned, as I was pretty sure nothing would even happen during our hike. For context, both my friend and we were very muscular, over 6 foot tall guys, and I'm a very tiny 5'1" girl. Now, on to the good stuff. It was late at night. I went out to a hiking trail that my friends and I had hiked pretty much every week growing up. We knew the trail well, so just going my light and full moon. We didn't need flashlights. I was just walking behind my two friends. We were talking quietly when we all heard what sounded like an elk being attacked. It was so loud, I swear it was almost right next to us. I can still hear that blood-curdling scream. We stood there a while, waited to see if we could hear movement from any animals, but when we didn't hear anything, we kept walking. There wasn't really any predators up there. The only thing that could be is maybe a mountain lion, but those are very rare. We walked for a few feet when we heard a large branch breaking. My friend that was leading froze and yelled, "Fuck this, I'm out." Ran back to the car. My other friend and I didn't know what was going on. Then my other friend goes, "Nope, I'm out," and books it back to the car too. I heard a branch break in front of me about 6 feet away. I turned to look and saw a large gray wolf staring at me, and then shifts into a large dark-skinned man with some sort of animal pelt hood thing and glowing red eyes. I've never ran so fast in my life. Made it back to the car and sped out of there. My friends told me that what I all saw, it was a wolf, which isn't native to where we live. I told them that I saw the wolf, and it turned into a man with red eyes. I had to break the news to his spirit that they were dead, and I cried for him. I ghost hunt at the Mansfield Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio a lot. In fall of 2019, I discovered someone lingering in the east showers. No one had known about him, so I kept him a secret for a bit. We got really close and I learned some things about him, and he's visited me at home, which isn't a problem for me, but mind you, I use my pendulum to speak to him. Months later on another hunt, we discovered that he was being abused and was very badly hurt. He was hiding in a corner, scared for his life. So my father helped him out and escorted him to the hospital to get checked out. We went up a couple of hours later and he felt safe there, so we encouraged him to stay. After this happened, that's when I started to tell people of his existence and inform them of what had happened to him. When I first met him, I had found out that he didn't know that he was dead. I felt like it wasn't my place to tell him, and if it ever did become my place to tell, I knew that it was too soon. June 2020 rolls around. I invite some friends along with my dad to help me speak to him, because I knew there was something that had to be talked about. Up in the hospital, another spirit had been harassing him and telling him what to do, and he couldn't escape it. My dad was helping him understand that, and understand that he doesn't have to listen to this guy, especially because he has no superiority over him. He was basically just a guy who was trolling him. My dad started slowly easing into it, asking him how it's possible that he hasn't eaten in a while, explaining to him that he's able to go through walls and leave rooms whenever he wants, telling him that he can leave whenever this troll is harassing him. My anxiety and intuition started to raise, but the anxiety wasn't my own. I knew that straight away. Something was telling me that he was nervous about what my dad was saying to him. I ended up taking over and explaining how we're all dressed differently, how we're all wearing masks because of a pandemic, because it's 2020, not the 1890s. I said, "Do you know where I'm getting at?" And my pendulum responded with a yes. And right after that, I could feel tears coming, and I said, "I can't do it." I couldn't tell him that he was dead. But he already knew. I started crying really hard, and I felt a huge pain in my chest. The kind of pain you feel when you've just been told that a loved one's died. And I knew I wasn't crying, and it was him crying. Never felt another's emotions before, and the pain I felt, I knew it was his. and so did everybody else who witnessed that. A friend who took an audio recording of the session told me that she heard a male's voice say, "dead," after I asked if he knew where I was getting at. When she played it for me, I heard it too, and we knew it was him. I cried for a good couple of minutes and was telling my dad how heartbroken he was to hear that. It was very hard for both of us, but eventually he grew to accept it. Ever since then, I've become sensitive and can sometimes feel the emotions of the spirits I speak to. Sometimes it's strong, sometimes it's not there. It was one hell of an experience, but I love him to death and hope I never lose him. That's how close we became. I was told that we have a special connection, and I don't doubt it because I feel it. Anyways, thanks for listening to my experience. Been wanting to share it somewhere. Edit. There's a hospital wing on the second floor, which is where we sent him to. Sorry for not explaining that better. Edit 2. Thank you for sharing your similar experiences and just commenting overall. If you're here to basically shit on me and tell me what I said is fake, then I feel sorry for you, because you don't have to be so bored to be on the subreddit in the first place to invalidate another's experience. I know the truth, and this is it. I shared it because I want to meet like-minded people, and I did. But there are always bad apples and skeptics who want to put others down for believing in something as interesting as the paranormal. The crossing over is in November. He'll be in a happier and safer state. My first and last time in Ley Woods. My name is Luke, and I'm now 20 years old. This story happened to me when I was 17. This experience still gives me chills to this day. In May of 2017, I found myself going a lot more on a mountain bike, and I was getting bored of cruising around the streets. So I wanted to go for a trail and a woodland bike ride. I've never been to Ley Woods before then. Personally, I don't think I'll be going alone again. After some research into a few different areas, Ley Woods seemed to be my best bet. Living only a couple of miles away, it was a nice bike ride. On arriving, it looked very peaceful and was almost like in a dream, at least by the first look at the place. For a woodland area in England, let alone Bristol, it was amazing. On going into the woods, I remembered seeing different colors at the start of each trail, signifying difficulty for bikers and lengths for walkers. Don't take my word on that bit. I still have no clue what they mean. So I decided to go down a colored, I can't remember very well, I think it was blue, a colored trail, to see how it was there. Finding it exciting, I decided to go down the harder trail, and now here's where it starts to get weird. I began having this weird sort of vision looking around as if I'm being swallowed by the woodland. Everything felt like it was getting bigger and farther away. I brushed it off, but it turns out I actually lost track of time. I got lost on the trail. Now bear in mind, I'm being very observant and aware of my surroundings before this trail. I then come to a strange opening. I could go left in the rough direction of the way, out or right, deeper into the woods. Me being me, I decided to go deeper into the woods. I came to a weird little trail that just had dodgy written all over it, metaphorically speaking. I went against my gut feeling of turning back and went down there. I came to a point of which the trail continued, but it was getting dangerous. The trail being too bumpy for me to even walk down, I then turned back. But for a few minutes before turning back, I don't know why, but I just stood still, staring down at that trail. I felt like I was being watched from all angles, even though it would be near impossible to have that many eyes surrounding me. I got nervous and began walking back up the hill as I was too tired to ride at this point. Keep in mind, my bike tires are completely solid. No punctures, slow punctures, or even anything wrong at all. Wish I still had pictures of the bike. Upon getting back to the spot where I originally went to the trail, that weird loss of time thing happened. It felt as if the whole path had stretched by half a mile, as if the woodland was moving. I began walking up the path feeling that same eerie sensation of being watched as I did beforehand. This time it felt like a bit more sinister. It felt as if something was about to happen. Bearing in mind again that I hadn't seen a single person at this point in time. I'll explain the scenery before continuing. It's a long path, a slight steep hill to my left, a very narrow river to my right, maybe 4 feet deep and maybe 4 feet wide. Bushes are on the other side of the river with the odd tree every now and then. Upon getting about a quarter of the way up the slowly inclining path, I hear a woman crying behind a tree up ahead. I started slowing down my walking pace to try and get a good look behind the tree, but the whole time I'm thinking to myself, why would someone jump across to cry behind a tree? So I edge closer to the river to look behind to see if the person is okay. Also because many people go to Lay Woods to commit suicide. So I was hoping to maybe help this person. But you guessed it, there's no one there and the crying stopped. A bit weirded out, I slowly turn away and start walking again, a bit quicker as I was unnerved this time. I've had paranormal experiences before, but not usually in a place like the woods, usually in a house or some sort of building. So this was new to me. I had this sudden shiver as I was walking, and maybe a minute or so later, only a couple meters away from where I'd heard the crying, it started again. But this time it was kind of right opposite me across the river. I didn't bother looking. I started to go into a bit of a jog, and as I got faster, I heard the bushes rustling as if they or it was following me. Upon hearing this, I sped up, and the crying became more and more hysterical. Bear in mind, my bike was fine before this moment in time. I thought to myself, fuck this, I'm gone. I went to hop on my bike, and with the adrenaline that was rushing through me, I came to an almost sudden stop. My back tire on my bike had become completely flat. So I had no other choice but to sprint with my bike and pray for the best that I don't trip or end up having to throw it to run faster. With the crying person still close to me and keeping me up, I'm running faster and faster, praying I'd just get off this path that I was on. I had that feeling if I wanted to cry because I couldn't actually do anything to help the situation or get out of it faster. And after what felt like an hour, but in reality was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, I could see the car park. The crying had stopped following me and getting closer and started moving back down to where I first heard it. I sprinted out of that car park. I must have been as white as a sheet of paper and hysterical with my breathing and wheezing as multiple people in the car park turned to look at me like I was crazy. I saw the exit sign out of the car park and I ran toward it. Whilst doing so, I noticed my bike to be moving a lot smoother on approaching the car park exit. I couldn't believe that my bike tire had suddenly regained all of its air. It was solid again, at least as it was before. I jumped on my bike, got away from Lay Woods as fast as I could. I've never gone back since. Every person that tells this story becomes reluctant to go there with me or any extra people. Abandoned house on my old street. So I've just come across an article about an abandoned house on my old street. When I was younger, me and my mates would always say it's haunted. Me and one of my mates lived on that same street and had weird dreams and nightmares. I had a dream that we went inside. We fell through the floor onto spikes and died instantly. He had a dream that I walked inside and made no noise and never came out and never reappeared anywhere. This house is pretty spooky. I'm going to attach a photo of the main headline and it'll give the caption as the link to the article. So the main points here I want to make. We saw 2 figures in the middle window of the house with glowing eyes staring at us as we stood across the street trying to decide who's going to knock on the door like the stupid kids we were. The next is, whenever I did a paper route, at least when I was younger, I tried to avoid this house. I got told I still had to deliver there, so I did. I ran down the path, scrambled for a newspaper, put it in, and it was pulled from my hand through the letterbox. There was no noise on the other side of the door. This house has been abandoned for maybe 12 years at that point in time. Even as I got older, still freaked out by that house. My old creepy bedroom. In like 2010 or 2011, I had a bottom bunk bed, my older brother having the top. We were watching late night TV way past our bedtime. I was 10 or 11 at the time, and he was 15 or 16. We both swear to this day that we both saw the exact same thing. As mentioned, it was way past our bedtime. Our mom would be in her room, which was on the other side of the wall. My dad would be downstairs on the sofa, like the strange man he was. We had 3 cats and 2 dogs at this time. While watching TV, our bedroom door flew open. We both thought it was our big dog, who was quite the hefty golden retriever. It wasn't. Seconds later, we seen something straight out of a horror movie. A golden clawed hand. I've never even heard of anything like that. For a few seconds, it reached around the door and grasped at the air, then pulled away very quickly. As we were shitting bricks at this point, our storage closet door flew open, also with some old junk falling out of it. To this day, we are still confused. Like 9 or 10 years later, we have no idea what went on that night. Between then, maybe 2016, it was just odd knocks, scrapes and scratches and shuffling noises, with the occasional breathy type sound. I can't remember many significant events in this period, though it might come to me soon. Roughly 2016 and 2017, I was 16 or 17 years old. I wanted to capture some of the noises and weird things happening at night, and downloaded a sleep recorder app. I still have the recordings to this day, and I'll be adding that to the comments of this post. A little background as to why both these recordings are creepy as shit. Around this time, we had builders fitting new roof tiles or something like that. One of them dropped a hammer and it went straight through the roof, through the attic, and into my bedroom. They patched the outer roof, but my bedroom ceiling had a hole in it for a while. My attic was a scary place, daytime or nighttime. Even at the age of 20, I'll never go up there. Well, one night I would be trying to sleep, but feel as though I'm being watched. I keep looking around trying to find some comfort to brush off my paranoia, and out of the corner of my eye I see the hole in my ceiling and these red eyes staring right at me, even with a pupil. I believe they had pupils. When I made eye contact, the thing blinked, and a couple seconds later they disappeared. The first recording I got was around 1:19 a.m., and I was 100% asleep, as I remember this too clearly to ever forget. So at 1:19 a.m. I caught a recording with a weird electronic type voice that says, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark is watching. The voice was deep, and when it said the word watching, it turned into a deep, light growl. Of course, as mentioned since 2011, there was always weird knocks in my bedroom. Even me being alone there would be knocks. On the wall behind my head, my window, my bedroom door, the closet door, everywhere in that room I experienced knocking sounds. I liked to think that it was my house settling, until I found the second recording. The second recording, I think, was also when I was asleep. I'll have to fact-check that via the recording names, but the second recording says, "Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?" The voice is a bit more quick, and after these two recordings, I stopped sleeping in my room and moved to my living room sofa. For the last 3 years until moving out, I've never slept in my room, ever. I'll post unlisted YouTube videos of the recordings below. Bear in mind that while trying to enhance the second one, the audio file kept becoming ear-piercingly harsh. It was either too fuzzy, or whenever the voice said knock, 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 it would be too rumbly. The voice was literally all across the frequency spectrum from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. Lucifer said, "It'll be fine." They might have meant fine, but they wrote fine. So around February time of 2019, I had a few weird things going on at home. This is when I was sleeping on my sofa in my living room. If you read my last experience, you'll understand. I know the whole 3 a.m. superstitions are a little bit exaggerated nowadays, but I feel there's some truth to them. This song that I wrote, the title of this story, tells me that there's some truth to the whole 3 a.m. thing. I remember exactly the time. It was 3:23 a.m. I had no intentions of writing any music. I had an odd feeling for a good hour or so beforehand, as if I wasn't alone. My old house was kind of scary no matter what time of day it was, at least when I was alone. So this was not a new feeling, but it was an intense one, and definitely my most unnerving one. Anyway, I had no intentions of writing any music, and suddenly bars, a term in music if you're not familiar, some bars of the start of the song began popping into my head. So I started writing them down. I completely blanked out, and for the next 10 minutes or so, it was like I had no control whatsoever of myself or my actions. I felt like an empty vessel of some sort. At 3:33 a.m., I came back round. Every few seconds, I had some kind of flash image popping into my head of some sort of entity that I would later become familiar with. Looking at my phone, I can see I have a full song written out, structured, perfectly written. It's as if something put the song into my head for me to write out on my phone. A little extra info before moving on. I went to music college at the time, studying production, but I used their recording studio to record my songs in my free time. I had to wake up around 7:30 the same night and morning that I wrote the song. That way I would have 4 hours of sleep. With the song written, me being slightly confused and deciding to go to sleep, in which I had a dream that I was floating up in what seemed to be an infinite spiral staircase. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, there was a doorway with a long hallway. I went to take a step toward, and a pale, chalky-skinned, demonic-looking woman darted down the hallway at me. Just shrieked in my face. There wasn't a thing I could do about it. I couldn't snap out of the dream. I couldn't wake up or move within the dream. I had to deal with it for as long as it lasted. It felt like forever until I eventually woke up. And here's where it gets even more odd than it's already been. So when I fell asleep, I was facing the TV with the doorway of the living room behind me. But when I woke up, I was in the exact same laying position, but instead facing the doorway, which for some reason was a lot wider than usual. This way I could see down the hallway. I couldn't move. I believe I was experiencing sleep paralysis. After a couple of odd footsteps-like sounds, I see a dark, furry-looking hand reach over the banister of the stairs in my hallway. Slowly walking down the stairs was a dark, black, fur-covered human body thing with a bull's head, 2 horns, 3 yellow glowing eyes, with a dark denim jacket. It was walking in a menacing yet sarcastic way, as if it was mocking my lack of ability to move. It's like it knew I was scared. When it got closer to the bottom of the stairs, it's like it started laughing under its breath. And as it reached the bottom of the stairs, I managed to somehow snap out of the sleep paralysis I was experiencing. Oddly, I was still, laying down facing the doorway of my living room. Everything had went back to normal, but with a very dark atmosphere all around me. It felt as though there was a dark cloud around me that I couldn't see, as if a parallel dimension was following my every move. I had so much adrenaline that morning I didn't even struggle getting ready for college. That whole day I had the feeling of something over my shoulder. It felt like there was always something that I just couldn't see following me. Maybe it was my paranoia, maybe it was really something, but when I went into the studio to record, something kept telling me to redo the recording. Something was putting words into my head. I had something guiding me to make the song as perfect as possible. Something that I wish I could say was a good thing, but while recording I had a sudden rush of energy. It wasn't a physical energy, more of a mental energy. It's as if the thing over my shoulders was judging me constantly, making me redo or keep the recordings of the song. I can relate to that. Anyway, my friend who was helping me record the song kept making little twitches and movements when the song got to its most crucial moment. The part in the song where I repeat, "Lucifer lied, Lucifer lied." I feel like that's the kind of demon that was watching over my shoulder for all the wrong reasons that day. But all of the right reasons to watch Paranormal M. See ya. Enter the world of the paranormal with us at Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on our quest to uncover the truth behind the unexplained. We promise an unforgettable ride filled with mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Something haunting a cafe in Prescott, Arizona. In 2013, I worked as a baker at a small cafe in central Arizona called the Wild Iris. It's still in business. It was a super old building and had a reputation for being haunted among staff. I was quite skeptical at the time about all things paranormal, but also curious. So I spent a week or so inquiring fellow coworkers about their experiences. I would hear stories from other bakers who would come in at 4 a.m., unable to turn or get the lights to work until 5 a.m. This is when the baristas would arrive. Other stories included things like rags flying off the countertops or moving around while people turned away. Creepy, but not convincing. I remember feeling compelled to have my own experience and felt energetically open to invite something paranormal to happen. During that time, I was scheduled after hours with 2 other coworkers to dust the air ducts. We were instructed to throw tarps over everything so that dust wouldn't dirty the workspaces. I was in the bakery, which was essentially a tiny workspace connected to the coffee area. I threw a large tarp over one of the rolling speed racks, a tall portable shelving unit, and that was filled with empty squeeze bottles for caramel and chocolate sauces. Once I got to the top of my stepladder to begin dusting, I noticed a single squeeze bottle sitting on top of the tarp. There were no storage above the speed rack, so I had no idea how the bottle managed to get on top of the tarp I had just thrown over it. I was so baffled, so were my coworkers. However, I wasn't convinced that it was a ghost. The next night I was scheduled and told everybody about my experience. Eventually, it was just me and one other coworker, the barista, closing the shop. There was only one customer left on the opposite side of the room. I think it was a young man reading by the front door. We spent all night discussing paranormal stuff and really creeping ourselves out. It got to the point where I had to stop talking about things with her because I was so unnerved by the energy that we were stirring up. Shortly thereafter, I bent over to get a trash bag out of a cabinet beneath the sink when I heard a noise from behind and above me. It sounded like a woman's voice, but a combination of a growl and spoken words, and it was textural. I've never heard anything like it before. It was like someone was speaking from another dimension, almost staticky. I immediately froze and went a few seconds trying to logically understand what I just heard. I knew it wasn't the song playing on the radio because it was much louder than that. I knew it wasn't my coworker behind me, but after finding no other explanation, I turned around and faced her and said, "What was that noise?" My coworker looked at me and said, "I thought that was you." We both froze in disbelief, and at the time, we were both equidistant from the espresso bar that had several coffee cups stacked on top. After a couple seconds of just staring at each other, we both noticed something on top of the espresso bar moving and kind of looked at the same time. One of the cups floated a couple of inches into the air, wiggled a bit side to side, and then lowered itself back down. We both looked at each other to confirm that we had both just seen that, then ran to the bathroom on the other side of the building, laughing hysterically, flooded with adrenaline. I was just so utterly in awe of what had just happened. I remember saying out loud something like, "Okay, I get it. I believe you." Not the scariest thing ever, but to this day remains the most bizarre and unexplainable thing I've ever witnessed. I would not mind being served espresso by a ghost, but that's just me. Two experiences with apparent doppelgangers. The other night I was just talking with friends. I was reminded of two stories that happened to me. They involve apparent doubles of people that I knew. Probably about 10 years ago, my friends and I were playing a game I made up in a large local cemetery. The game involved one team with flashlights guarding a MacGuffin object. Usually it was a dim red blinking light that I had, like something you'd wear at night jogging or cycling. The other team would try to sneak past the guards and retrieve the light. Basically, hide and seek meets catch the flag meets flash tag. We had just finished a round and we were gathering around large tombstones where the light was sitting when the game ended. We were calling out for the hiding team to come out and the game was over. Most of the 7 or 8 of us playing were there and, well, we were just waiting on Dan. I was looking around and spotted a silhouette in the near distance. The cemetery's on a hill and the backside of it is mostly set against a steep drop-off, with one of the paths running along the edge. This night was pretty bright with moonlight and light pollution from the town, so it was pretty easy to pick him out against the sky as he walked down the path. "Oh, there's Dan," I said to the group, pointing. Right after I said that, Dan came walking up from my right. I was so taken aback at his sudden appearance, it took me a second to look back up where I saw the person walking. Obviously, the figure was now gone. This admittedly may not be a paranormal experience, but a creepy encounter with the person. But here's a few reasons it may very well be paranormal. I was completely sure that it was Dan, for one. When you're good friends with somebody, you can recognize their gait and posture as they walk. This, combined with the figure's body type and hair matching Dan perfectly, made me totally sure that I'd spotted him. The other reason I don't think it was a person is that they would have had to walk back the way they came, clearly visible against the sky, or pass us under the cemetery office lights to get out of the cemetery if they were walking to the back corner. It is possible that they just walked off into the woods, but I doubt they could have walked down the steep, densely wooded hillside quietly. Our investigation over to that part of the cemetery, of course, didn't turn up with an explanation. But now for the second story, which I'm confident in claiming is paranormal. I worked at a Sears in my hometown in 2013 as a warehouse worker. One of my jobs was to stock items, clothes, and tools, all that. That was in the main warehouse in the back, or any of the smaller stock rooms around the store in different departments. One stockroom in particular always gave me and my buddies the creeps. I was never sure why. It was pretty big, more like dividing the clothes and soft-line departments from the tools and appliances. The inside of the stockroom was divided in two. One was the storage for the shoe department, with sliding ladders like a library to get to all the shelves. You could walk through from the shoes entrance and exit a door in the appliances. The other side was sort of sectioned off by a chain-link fence with shelving attached. And this part, for children's clothing, only had one door in and one door out, even though you could see through the fence to the other side. When you walked into this room, the wall was on your right, and to the left was a long line of shelves with some folded clothes and some shirts on hangers. You would have to walk nearly the full length of the room before the shelf ended, and you could turn to the left and access the rest of the stockroom. I was by myself unboxing clothes. This is when I heard the door open. I was next to the door, but on the other side of the shelf. I looked up and saw the top of my coworker Jake's head above the hanging shirts. Since he was one of my friends that thought that this room was creepy in particular, I tiptoed quietly next to him on the other side of the shelves as he walked down the corridor. When he almost was at the end of the shelf, I jumped forward and yelled, and there was nothing in front of me. Although I was very positive I'd seen Jake's head above the clothes as we both walked to the end of the aisle, he wasn't in the room with me. I'm getting so wigged out just remembering turning the corner to empty space. After a few seconds, the door opened, and this time for real, and Jake actually walked in. He asked if I was all right because he heard me yelling to try to scare him. And now I looked pale and freaked out. I lied to my manager and said I'd finished stocking the clothes so I didn't have to be in there the rest of my shift. I only later found out from the assistant store manager, Irene, that she had once found a man who had a heart attack and died in the hallway of the restrooms. This hallway, of course, was where the door to the creepy stockroom was. When she was the manager of the shoe department, whose stockroom is adjacent to the creepy one, she came in early one morning when the store was extending its hours for the holidays. It was still dark out before they opened, and she was sitting by herself. She was about to eat a quick breakfast. She heard one of the sliding ladders squeak, and when she turned to see who it was, 2 or 3 of the ladders were sliding back and forth down the shelves, all on their own. "12 Jinns, demonic, in one body, true story." We were a joint family. My parents, younger sister, paternal uncle and aunt, 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys. My cousins were older than my sisters, and me, and we had an age gap of over 8 to 10 years. My father and uncle were pretty close, so we stayed together in a building where the ground floor belonged to us, and the first floor belonged to my uncle. My aunt and my mom were just cordial. However, my aunt loved us, and my mom was very affectionate to her children too. One day my cousin, let's call her Sue, she came home from college and started acting very strange. Sue didn't do the usual stuff, like washing her face or eating something. Instead, she went straight into the bedroom and slept the entire day. Since my aunt and uncle were full-time working parents, my cousins would mostly stay at our place until my aunt came back from work. My mom was pregnant with my third sister during that time, and she was probably in her third trimester. My aunt came back and called Sue upstairs, but she refused to go for some bizarre reason. My mom, being her usual self, just put it off as some strain, and Sue stayed with us the entire night. Things started right away. I was about 14 or 15 years old, so I remember everything distinctly. The younger sister was about 4 then. I woke up to go to the washroom, and as a child, I was always afraid of the dark. I woke my dad up and he stood outside the bathroom. Now, Sue, Mom, and my younger sister were in one bedroom. My dad and I were sleeping in another one, so we didn't really know what was happening in the other bedroom. My dad just felt something was not right and checked on them, and to his fright, both Sue and the younger sis were missing. He woke my mom up, but my mom's state was almost like she was drugged to sleep. She could barely open her eyes. My dad started waking everyone up, and everyone started looking for them with my uncle, aunt, and cousins. My uncle found Sue and my younger sister crying profusely at the terrace. Sue was standing on the edge of the fence wall, and my younger sister was standing, looking at her, crying irrefutably. They were brought down, and my aunt, uncle, and dad immediately understood that something wasn't right. While all this was happening, my mom woke up and suddenly started screaming from downstairs that Sue was trying to kill her, the baby. But Sue was with us. My aunt looked visually disturbed. She was staring at different points as if she was looking at someone. All the kids were sent downstairs the following day, while Sue was up with my dad, uncle, and aunt. Since my mom was pregnant, she wasn't allowed to be. My cousins were all grown-ups, but they knew something was wrong because my younger sister had been crying non-stop since last night. Nothing could calm her down. They all were trying to get her to sleep, but in vain. She too looked at different points and continued crying. Around noontime, a priest came, and Sue tricked all of them and came downstairs, which scared us. She looked at my mom and gave an evil scowl. She carried my sister away. She was jumping in weird postures when just everyone stopped her. And then we could see that she was possessed. She hurled abuses in Hebrew. The priest told us that it was Hebrew. And also in Arabic and Urdu. She spoke in about 12 different voices which everybody heard. There were voices of women and men, and it still sends chills down my spine to even think of it. They sent us all upstairs again. And meanwhile, my mother started sensing the anxiety of something, and unfortunately, her water broke. She was taken to the hospital by my cousins while my aunt and uncle and dad stayed at home with Sue. To this day, I don't know what happened, because my dad never spoke of it, but we came back from the hospital the next day and Sue was gone. She wasn't there. Nobody said of her, and the priest did some recitations on all of us. We shifted from that house because, all the negative energy there. About 2 years later, Sue was brought back home. She looked like she had bones left, nothing else. She didn't remember anything also. My uncle and aunt tried to normalize her life, but truly in vain. In 2 or 3 weeks, her health deteriorated, and she passed away. Except for my uncle, aunt, and dad, nobody knows what happened or where she was taken. My uncle and dad both passed away, so the only person who knows now is my aunt, and she will never speak of it. It's an unspoken rule not to talk or mention those 2 nightmare days in the house. That night, the priest there died on an accident, precisely 3 days after Sue was taken away from home. That house was sold right after Sue passed away. To this day, I never experienced something even remotely as chilling as this. From the day my younger sister was born, my cousins, me, and my sisters never go a day without doing the recitations that we were told to do by that priest. It's like a routine for us now. Door unlocked and opened twice. 2 different doors. Alright, so something seriously weird happened just a little while ago that really creeped me out. I'm not usually one to see any paranormal stuff like my mom or my sister, so for me to say that I think it was a ghost is super out of the ordinary. So I let my cat into my porch. I closed the door and I locked it. I then proceeded to eat my lunch while my mom was vacuuming the bathroom floor. Once I was done, I double-checked that the door was closed and went on my way to play some games in my room. About 10 minutes pass, my mom enters my room and starts interrogating me about if I had just come from opening the back door. To this, I replied, no. I was on my bed the whole time, and I know I locked and closed that door. She then asked my older sister, who replied that she was in her room doing assignments for college. She was doing this the whole time, apparently, and that it definitely wasn't her. Creeped out, obviously, my mom explains that when she finished vacuuming, she heard the door alarm chirp signaling somebody opened the door. And when she went to see which one of us, went outside, it's like a good 6 inches apart open, and my dog had bolted all the way to my parents' room away from the living room and hid under the bed. When we checked all the back porch cameras. They didn't activate to any movement. It definitely would have if I opened the door or somebody was on the porch. We checked all the rooms in the house. Nothing. My sister then commented that the door to the garage had opened earlier in the day in the same fashion, and that 2 of the cabinets were wide open, but she didn't think much of it. Needless to say, I'm kind of creeped out, and I know it wasn't my mom because she's very neurotic about locking doors and closing them. So much so sometimes that we get locked out by her. TL::DR. Somebody tell me what that means. I have no idea. TL::DR locked doors opened like 6 inches by themselves 2 different times. 2 cabinet doors opened completely open. Dog got scared, ran away to hide under the bed. No intruders in-house. Everybody was in their own rooms. No explanation, and camera didn't detect any movement. Sometimes the bedroom doors open a little bit, but that's just because of the drafts. And that said back door is metal, and it was more than just a crack. I mean, it was quite a bit open, and I know I locked it. I don't know, I'm feeling creeped out. I didn't really believe my family when they said they felt weird things or saw things in the house, since I'm a bit of a skeptic, but even this I can't explain. I wish my dog was afraid of something. My dog is crazy. I keep getting creepy feelings after being in a treatment center. In March of 2019, I was admitted to a residential treatment center. It was a little unique for a treatment center. I believe, but I'm not sure, because I don't have anything to compare it to. The center was a mansion in the mountains. I think it was a vacation home for a doctor or something before the center bought it. I was with about 15 other girls there, people who were admitted and discharged every once in a while, but the maximum capacity was 16 girls. When I first got there, the girls and the staff told me that there was a ghost named Benjamin. I figured they were just playing a trick on me, or something like that. I was new. I didn't believe in ghosts. I'm still not sure what to believe, but I know there was something in that house. Every day we would have a journal writing and meditation hour. The staff would put meditation music on the TV and leave the remote in the kitchen counter. There was only one remote. We wrote in our journals and stuff in the living room, which was next to the kitchen and an open floor plan type space. However, no one, including the staff, was close enough to the remote to be able to touch it without us noticing. Several times while meditation music was playing on YouTube and the TV, the music would just stop. It would exit the video, scroll through suggested videos, and select something else. The meditation channel was a live channel, so it wasn't because the video just ended, and it wasn't just playing the watch next suggestion. It was literally scrolling through video choices. Most of the time it just chose random videos that were weird, but pretty harmless. I don't remember specifics because, again, it was over a year ago. Once, though, it selected a video of a girl killing herself. I have no idea why that video was on YouTube. Me neither. The TV was the first weird thing that I witnessed personally, but I still dismissed it. I figured we were having some kind of glitchy remote. The next thing that happened that I saw was during school. We had school in a large bedroom upstairs. The classroom had a doorway, but no door. I was talking to the school counselor at a table close to the doorway. We heard whistling and footsteps coming up the stairs. One of the therapists at the center would always whistle as he was coming up the stairs. But he had been gone for a while because his wife had died from cancer. We both jumped up and ran out of the classroom to see if it was him. It would have been strange because his wife had died just that week. But there was no one there. And during our school time, there's only like one regular staff member that isn't in the classroom. And they usually stay in the kitchen, though, and pretty much all the main floor is visible from the balcony upstairs. We asked the staff member who was sitting in the kitchen. Maybe she had walked up the stairs just then, but she says that she hadn't. Another time, close to bedtime, we were finishing the nightly checkup where we fill out a mood questionnaire thing and share it with the group. And we had finished chores, which usually includes vacuuming the upstairs landing. I had done this chore, and specifically remember turning the vacuum cleaner off and moving it to the corner. The upstairs landing is huge, and all of us girls and the staff were in the other corner sharing the checkups. The vacuum cleaner turned on, and it was in a different place than where I had put it. At night, we aren't allowed to do the checkups until everyone is ready for bed. On the landing with the doors to their bedrooms closed. The bedroom doors automatically locked when you closed them, and one of the bedroom doors would get stuck sometimes. Girls would occasionally struggle to open it after changing. This was a long-term residential place, and so some of the higher-level girls could be alone in the bedrooms unsupervised with the doors closed to change. Anyways, the doorknob was jiggling back and forth and the door was shaking a bit, so we figured a girl was stuck. One of the staff unlocked the room, but no one was in there. They checked the closet, but there was definitely no one in the bedroom. We'd also heard a little boy's voice in the basement most nights. I think the girls just named him Benjamin themselves, but I'm not really sure. Benjamin pretty much terrorized us, though. None of us slept alone, ever. When girls in our bedroom were out on the weekend pass, we would sleep on the landing with the staff. We weren't required to, we just were terrified of being alone in our bedrooms at night. There were security cameras everywhere, and the doors to the outside had some kind of high-tech magnetic locks that could only be opened with key cards. Whenever they were opened, a chime would sound. One night, the chime sounded when everyone was upstairs. The staff checked the security cameras to find the door to the garage open and close by itself. Another night, we heard loud slams downstairs, then a couple more. When the staff checked the cameras, the cupboard doors were slamming by themselves. I've seen this footage, so I know it isn't the staff messing with us. I doubt they would do that anyways. The faucets would turn on, like the knobs would full-on turn. This is while we were staring directly at them, mind you. When we would shower, we would hear knocks at the bathroom door, but no one would be there, and the staff were supposed to check on us every 15 minutes. But they would announce themselves by name. They don't just knock on the door. It got to the point that none of us were sleeping at night in general, and the staff wouldn't go into the basement by themselves. And when we were getting ready for bed, we would just have another girl sit outside the door and talk to us the whole time. Once in the shower, I heard the knock on the door, which eventually we just tried to ignore because it happened so much. Our shower curtains were those cheap semi-see-through ones where if you put something directly against the curtain, you can see the color and the outline of it. I thought I heard somebody inside the bathroom, so I poked my head out of the shower. But there was nothing there. Closed the curtain again. There was a hand on the other side. Like not just a handprint, but an actual hand touching the outside of the curtain. I yanked the curtain back. There was still no one there. I just got dressed as fast as I could and went back out on the landing. Other things happened there. But honestly, there were so many things that it'd take too long to list them all. I know most of these sound strange more than outright scary, but there was always this feeling in the place when things would happen. I don't really know how to describe it, but it would just make all of us terrified. Some girls would get goosebumps or start sweating. I've never had something so terrifying happen in my life, and I lived there for 4 months. I felt trapped because I couldn't leave, and Benjamin seemed to be getting worse every day. The treatment center was fairly new. I think it had only been open for about a year before it was admitted, but from what I can tell, Benjamin had been there the whole time. I don't really know what it was there, but I feel like it was something. Sometimes I'll sort of tell some of what happened to my friends, but I don't think they really believe that a lot of it actually happened. Ever since getting discharged last August, I still get creepy feelings. Nothing's happened since then, so don't think whatever it was has followed me. But I really haven't been able to make peace with whatever happened in that house. I think a lot of the girls that were there were feeling kind of the same. I just don't really know where to turn, and tonight's especially hard for some reason. So I guess I may as well try this platform. Or Paranormal M. I'm mostly just venting. Believe what you will, but I swear it's true, even if it sounds crazy. If someone has had a similar experience with things they can't explain, any advice on how to feel less terrified and creeped out constantly would be extremely appreciated. I think I just need some advice and support for dealing with it. Camp Capilano, Vancouver, BC haunting. So when I was growing up, I would spend some of my spring breaks at a cabin in North Van near Capilano. We called the cabin Camp Capilano, and I would go at the local community center. I believe the cabin we went to was in the 1992 movie, To Grandma's House We Go. It was the house the grandmother lived in. But anyways, I had stayed at this cabin multiple times with this group, and we had other kids, and we stayed there with our leaders also. We had always all slept together in the side of the cabin that had a quote-unquote boys sign on the door. Never really thought anything of it, but the last year that I ever went to that camp, we stayed in the girls' side. I had thought the cabin felt sad and strange to begin with, but for some reason sleeping on the side we left empty the previous years gave me anxiety. After 5 years, I need an explanation. There's this small forest close to my friend's house where we always used to went to walk his dog. We found out a kid has died there years before. We always had a sensation of another presence being there when we would be there after sunset. So one day we decided to invite a second friend who had quite some experience himself to come along. So after sunset, the three of us and the dog went to the forest to see if we could get contact with the entity. Stupid, I know. The second friend spoke some Latin in words at the edge of the forest. He said that this would help us. The moment we stepped into the forest, I saw a white entity in a tree a couple of meters, less than 20 away from us. It gave off a lot of negative energy, so I told my friends about it. They said that they felt it too, and this wasn't the entity that we wanted to contact. The second friend said that this one felt very dangerous. The dog was also nervous and scared at the moment and wanted to run. So we keep on walking away from the presence, and I think we pissed it off. I don't know why, but it did feel that way. After about 5 minutes, I felt another presence. This one felt friendly. We would hear crunching leaves behind us, but always just out of sight. And when we would stop to look, it would stop as well. One of my friends said that he knows this is one that we wanted to try to contact with, but that the entity wanted to play a little game. So for the whole walk, we would hear running and crunching leaves beside us, never seeing a thing. And the dog never got nervous or scared, so we trusted it. When we would get close to the end of the forest, the running and crunching leaves stopped, and the presence vanished. But when we were about to walk out of the forest, all of us froze. It actually felt like time stood still, or even like we were in another realm. It was very weird. We felt a presence again, a very heavy one. I can remember I couldn't move from the neck down, but when I looked at the exit, there was this tree in the middle of the path. The trunk was split in two about 50 centimeters off the ground, so you could see right between the two arms. Through the split, I could see a very clear silhouette of a young girl behind the tree. I could see the face, but it was facing us. At that moment, the dog started to bark. I remember the second friend said something in Latin again, and everything went back to normal. We could move again, and the entity was gone. All of us were freaking out and didn't understand what happened, so we immediately went to my friend's house after. I still don't know what we encountered that day, and neither do the others. A voice said, "Pretty," in my ear. Several years ago, I was living in a house with my mom, dad, and dog. I was around 16 or 17 at the time, I think. My room was upstairs while my parents slept downstairs. I sometimes listen to music or have a YouTube video on in the background to help me go to sleep, and sometimes I don't. That particular night, I didn't feel like I needed the extra sound to fall asleep, so I was just laying in silence with the AC buzzing in the background. My bed was pressed into a corner of my room, and I was on my side facing the wall. I had only closed my eyes and settled in for a few minutes, so it wasn't one of those half-asleep things. I was very much awake. When I heard this deep, guttural, throaty male voice breathe the word "pretty" into my ear, I froze, and the first thought being that somebody had broken in and I was about to be assaulted or kidnapped or something. I waited a second before turning my phone on and whirling around, pointing the light in the space behind me. It was empty. My dog, who'd fallen asleep in my room earlier in the night, was on the floor, having been woken up from the voice, the light or the sound of my bed creaking from me moving, not sure which. They were just looking around in confusion, ears perked. I was absolutely terrified, and after checking my room and the rest of the upstairs for signs of a trespasser, I lay back down and turned on a YouTube video to calm me down. I eventually went back to sleep, but it wasn't easy. My dog had been asleep, and my parents had been asleep downstairs, and no one had broken into our house that night to whisper "pretty" into my ear, and then vanish. But to this day, I can still remember almost exactly what that voice sounded like, and I'm 99% positive it wasn't a weird dream thing. You know, since, like I said, I just settled into sleep and I was still awake. I also have no history of auditory hallucinations. There was one other odd or paranormal thing that happened to me in that house, but the two events don't seem to be related at all. It was like a brand new house with like two previous owners, both of whom I'm pretty sure were still alive at the time. I have no idea what happened, but something or someone absolutely whispered "pretty" in my ear while I was trying to sleep. My cousin and I were kind of terrorized in her basement. First, a little background information that's important to fully understand the story. My mother's sister and her husband have a house in Colorado. It has a finished basement. The basement has a fully furnished bedroom and bathroom and a sort of a living room area with a couch and a TV. And it also has a little kitchenette as well. I grew up visiting my three cousins, aunt and uncle, and my grandparents every summer from the time I was 5 up until 2 or 3 years ago. I'm 21 now, by the way. The basement became more or less the guest room. So that's where I would stay whenever I would visit so that I could have a little space of my own. That and the fact that their cat rarely ever went down to the basement, and I'm pretty severely allergic to cats. This particular event occurred around the time I was 17 or 18, and my younger cousin, I'm going to call her Megan, they were around 16 or 15. The night started totally normal. We all had dinner, listened to music, watched something, and then at around midnight we all headed off to bed. Because of a different experience I had down there a few years prior, I was really nervous about staying in the basement alone. So my wonderful cousin Megan took one for the team and had been staying in the basement with me for the duration of my trip. We had been chilling in the living room of the basement for about 3 hours. We were drawing and just hanging out when it all started. I was in the process of explaining the premise of a show I had started. This is when we heard what sounded like an old man clearing his throat coming from the bathroom. I knew it wasn't her, since I was maintaining eye contact with her the whole time and her mouth hadn't opened. And she knew it wasn't me, since I was in the middle of just saying something. We both paused and then confirmed that we both heard the cough. Our minds immediately went to, there's a man hiding in the bathroom. Since they'd have some people in the past attempt to break in through the basement windows, especially. I wanted to go upstairs, get one of her older siblings to check it out, but Megan insisted on checking it out ourselves. We went to the bathroom, turned on the lights, and saw that it was completely empty. There was, however, a linen closet which had the door closed. She opened the door, and we saw what honestly looked like the shape of a man trying to hide under some blankets. Megan immediately reared her leg back and kicked the blanket with full force, only to discover it was just some blanket spilling over the lower shelves that we'd forgotten existed. As Megan tended to her now stubbed toes, we heard that same cough sound come from what sounded like the entrance of the basement. We slowly crept out of the basement, looked around the basement to no avail, and without a word both started packing up all of our things, like our sketchbooks and my laptop. And rather than leave the basement, we went to the bedroom and locked the door. There was a giant floor-length mirror in the room which we used to bar the door. We did all of this in complete silence. Some weird primal understanding going between us that we had to be as quiet as humanly possible. As we tiptoed around the room, we heard what sounded like shuffling outside of the door. At that point, I was still somewhat convinced that there was a living person in the basement with us, since the sounds were so clear and the feeling of being there or someone else being down there was so strong. Megan settled into bed while I sat against the wall next to the vanity, charging my phone. We were texting each other rather than speaking, since that pressure of being silent was still incredibly intense. We decided to each spam text our siblings, trying to wake them up to come down to our rescue. There was no reply. Megan even texted her mom, but still nobody woke up. I texted my mom, who did wake up, but all she said was to call the police if we were certain that there was somebody in the basement with us. While we knew there was something in the basement with us, we didn't know if it was actually someone who had broken in, and neither of us wanted to risk bothering the police for something dumb. After about an hour, Megan's phone started dying, so we decided to switch spots. We were both so scared of making any sort of noise for any reason, and neither of us really understood why. But we made sure to walk on our toes and take steps at the exact same time to minimize the amount of sound that we made. At one point, Megan started smothering me with a pillow because I had an allergy attack and kept sneezing. With the both of us now situated, we tried to relax, still being kind of terrorized by the sounds of somebody shuffling around outside the door and the occasional cough. At around 5, we heard what sounded like a small animal fall into the grate that's also kind of acting as a window for the basement bedroom, begin running around. The rocks at the bottom moving and bouncing off the window. Then it went silent. About 10 minutes later, it sounded like another animal fell in and the sound started up again. This cycle continued for pretty much the entire hour, if I'm remembering correctly. The entire time all of this was happening, Megan and I were terrified. It was like that feeling you get right before your car gets rear-ended, or right as you're about to go down a giant roller coaster. Just plain fear, anxiety, and the subtle feeling that something's just not right. It doesn't sound like much, but for some reason, Megan and I were just absolutely scared out of our minds. We both understood that we were not alone in that basement, and whatever was down there with us was actively trying to freak us out. We were saved at around 7. The sun started to rise. We heard my uncle get up to take their dogs out. Neither Megan nor I had slept at all. We felt suddenly exhausted as the adrenaline that had been filling us the entire night seemed to die out. The sound hadn't stopped, but they had significantly decreased as the hours passed. Now, hearing her dad up and about, we felt a little safe without leaving the comfort of the bedroom. We quietly and quickly moved the mirror back to its space on the wall And then, the count of 3, unlocked the door and ran to the stairs. We didn't stop to look around or turn off any of the lights, even though by that point the basement was fully illuminated in sunlight, and the lights that we had left on were just sort of vacating in the living room. Excuse me. We booked it up the stairs, came to a screeching halt in the kitchen, where Dad was making coffee or something. We immediately told him everything and begged him to check out the basement, still not fully convinced that it wasn't a normal person. He checked, and sure enough, nothing had been tampered with and the entire basement was empty. Megan made us some ramen for breakfast, since we were starving and just wanting something comfortable, and after eating, she went upstairs to tell her mom. I stayed downstairs eating and trying to come to terms with what I'd just experienced. Her mom didn't believe her at first, but when I told the same story and Megan almost started crying for not being believed, she changed her mind. My aunt was resistant to the idea that her house, specifically the basement, was haunted. But then she did experience it for herself later that year. The main thing I remember from this whole ordeal was the fear. It was so raw and intense. It's like there was this weird knowledge that we weren't alone down there, that whatever it was not good. Megan and my other cousin theorized that it was Theodore, the name they gave the resident ghost that stays down there. But I don't think so. Nothing like that's happened to anyone else ever again. And it's just not what we know to be Theodore's style. I don't know. I don't know what's down there with us or who. I don't know why they were there or what they wanted, really. But there was something scary with us that night. And it scared me in a way I've never, ever felt since. The night I believed in ghosts. The night I changed my mind about ghosts. Hello all, I've had a paranormal experience in the past that I've mostly kept to myself and only shared briefly a couple of times with friends. I could never forget what happened that night, so I decided rather than keeping this to myself, that I'd share my experiences. It was the summer of 2nd grade. I was about 7 years old and I played baseball with my cousin. Although this experience was 15 years ago, I remember it all so clearly. Almost every weekend I would stay over at his house so we could go to practice early in the morning. However, every once in a while our weekend practices would get canceled because of weather or a coach just not being able to make it out to practice. On this night, our practice was canceled the next morning. My cousin had always told me wild stories about their house being haunted, and them being okay with it, although sometimes they'd get a little freaked out. Mosquito in my face. I never bought into any of their claims because I didn't think anything like this could be real. I stood up pretty late playing video games with my cousin on his PlayStation. We were playing some bass fishing game. Around midnight, my cousin had fallen asleep. I stood up to play more games. I had finally decided to go to sleep at around 1:30 a.m. About an hour or two after I went to sleep, I woke up to the sound of my younger cousin, 2 years old, crying. I decided that I didn't want to deal with it, so I grabbed my pillow, threw it at my cousin. "Nathan, your brother's crying in the living room." My cousin is a heavy sleeper, so he didn't even budge. I attempted to get his attention one more time by calling out to him from across the room, with still no answer. So after about a 10-minute length of time of his crying, I went out to take him back to his mom. Got out of bed, retrieved my pillows, walked up the 3 steps at the door going into the living room. As soon as I walked through the doorframe into the living room, my cousin's crying ceases. It doesn't just quiet down or slowly stop. His crying completely stops as soon as I step through that doorway. This took me back a second. Thought it was weird, but then I continued to look for my cousin. I searched the living room, the hallway, the kitchen, and the bathroom, but I couldn't find him. I figured he stopped crying and went back to bed, so I decided to do the same. After laying in bed for 10 or so minutes, I couldn't fall asleep. I hear my cousin start crying again, louder than last time. I follow my same routine and try to get my older cousin's attention, but same as before, he didn't wake up. So I get to check on my younger cousin. I don't even bother to grab my pillow this time. I walked up the 3 steps and stepped into the living room. As soon as I passed through the door frame, his crying stopped, same as before. But at this moment, I started to remember all the things that my cousin would tell me about their house being haunted. I'm a little freaked out now, so this time I turn out all the lights on. I searched everywhere for my younger cousin, but just like the first time, I couldn't find him. I'm frightened because it doesn't make much sense to me what's going on, so I turn off all the lights and quickly walk back to my cousin's room and lay down. I try to go to sleep, but only a few minutes later I hear the sound of a grown man yelling from down the street. I try to blow this off because my cousin doesn't live too far from a park that a few homeless people stay at. I figure it's just a man on drugs or something. However, his screaming is constant. The scream is just constant. It's getting louder and getting closer. Now the sound appears to be only a few houses down, and the yelling feels like it's right outside the window. I covered my head under the blankets as if to keep me safe, until the crescendo sounded. It was sounding like it was right next to me, shrieking in my ear. Then it suddenly stops. It didn't slow down or quiet down. It just completely stopped. It was just like my cousin's crying. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I just laid there shaking under my blanket. The next morning I told my cousin Nathan about everything that happened that night. After telling him everything that happened, I remember his saying, "That's crazy. See, I told you my house is haunted." Two-year-old sees eyes in his room. So we don't normally use my son's bedroom except for play and clothes. He's 2, and he sleeps with us. 2 nights ago I left the door open so he could freely roam in and out. You can see down the hallway to his room from the living room, so this wasn't a big deal safety-wise. He's just quietly playing in his room for a while. Then suddenly he sprints out for obvious, genuine distress yelling. "Scary, scary eyes." He was pointing to his room. I ask him what's wrong and he keeps repeating, "Eyes." So I take his hand and ask him to show me. He takes me to his room and points to an empty wall. There's nothing on this wall except a window covered by a curtain. He was pointing to the right of the window. I reassured him that he's safe and it's okay, and privately dismissed it as an act of imagination. About an hour later, he points down the hall again, yelling about eyes. As soon as I move in to investigate, he just gasps in shock and says, "Gone." And that was it. Fast forward to today, we're babysitting for a friend. The daughter in question is 12 and a skeptic, and they're playing in his room. We did not tell her about the eyes. I hear him talk about the eyes again, and she comes out to tell me pretty much the same story I experienced 2 nights ago. This time I ask him to show me where the eyes are specifically, and he points to the same spot as before. Can't see me as he's in the front, just facing away. But the second I looked up to where he was pointing, he gasped and said, "Gone," just like the first time. I've tried asking questions, but I don't think he has the vocabulary yet to really answer them. All I can get is that the eyes are there, and that they're scary. I saw a boy with black eyes. 5 years ago, my sister gave birth to her second child, and because her partner was working at sort of a shift work as a security guard, I often went over to her house on the nights that he worked to give her company and help with the kids. She lives about a 10-minute drive from me, so the routine was usually me going over there around 5 p.m. and leaving to come home around 12 or 1. On one of these nothing out of the ordinary nights, I left at the usual time and drove home singing to tunes in the car. I didn't really feel tired as I've always been a night owl, and I was just eager to get home and chill out after the stress of rocking a baby to sleep for over an hour. It happened every night with my nephew. The estate I live in has 2 main entrances that both lead you toward a big roundabout, which I have to turn at to go in the direction of my house. When I approached the roundabout, I could see a small light almost flickering on the street that continued directly ahead of the other side of the roundabout. So basically, it was straight ahead. I remember saying, "What the f*** is that?" And instead of turning left to go in the direction of my house, I made the quick decision to drive straight through and see what it was. The light was moving rapidly in a short space, and within seconds, my car was close enough to see that the source of the light was a torch that a little boy was using to move back and forth in a patch of dirt that he was kneeling on. He looked to be around 4 years old, and he had neat blonde hair and seemed to just be playing in the dirt alone at 1 a.m. in the morning. I slowed down the car and stopped in front of him. My window was already down, and he was on the same side of the street that the driver's side of my car was on, so we were a couple feet apart. Once I had stopped, the car was still running, but I had my foot on the brake and I was about to ask him what he was doing outside by himself when his head shot up really quickly and he started staring directly at me. His eyes were entirely black, no other color in them, and I saw them very, very clearly. I think it took me about 3 seconds to register what I had seen and kick in the flight mode, and I sped off. I did tell my friends and family about the experience, but for some reason it was never something that lingered in my mind. It was almost as though I woke up the next day and just put what I had seen in the back of my mind. With some hindsight now, I think that putting it away in the back of my mind was my way of dealing with witnessing something like that. Almost as though my brain couldn't handle it, if that makes any sense. Phone calls from beyond the grave. My family's always been somewhat sensitive to the paranormal. More than a few of us have had unexplained instances, but nothing like what kept happening a few years back. The year was 2000. While the world survived Y2K, unfortunately my great-grandmother did not. A few months after her death, every few days we would receive phone calls from a number caller ID, and it was saying 00000000000. Every time we picked up, it was a constant white noise like a TV channel that didn't come in right. The first few times we simply assumed something was going on with the phone line and disregarded it. However, for whatever reason, we just always picked it up. Now, for those of you young ones on Reddit, the year 2000 was a different time. Cell phones were new and most people had landlines. The worst part was the fact that almost all the internet was dial-up, meaning a simple phone call would interrupt the song you spent the past 5 hours downloading on LimeWire. So obviously these white noise calls became an annoyance very quickly. Finally, my mother called the phone company to see if they could see where it was coming from. Well, once the phone company investigated the number, they discovered the calls were coming from a payphone, but not just any payphone. This payphone happened to be located right outside the cemetery where we had a few short months ago laid my granny to rest. Not only that, but the payphone was disconnected from a couple of years before and wasn't even capable of making calls. This settles it for my family. We decided it was my granny. So every time the calls came, we simply spoke to her the same way we always had, and all was good. The calls continued for around 2 years at this point. I lived at the time in an area where tornadoes were rare, but when we had one, it tended to be incredibly damaging. One night, one came through the neighborhood causing a lot of damage. However, my home was thankfully spared. Not long after it passed, the phone rang, and this time, however, instead of white noise, my mother swears that she heard her ask if everyone's okay. Mom reassured her that we're all fine, everything's okay. And after that, the call stopped, and hope she moved on to find her peace, knowing that we're okay. 10 years later, both my grandmother and grandfather have passed and have been buried alongside the rest of our family. My mom decided to move into her parents' home. At the time, I'm living with a boyfriend, and we decided to stop by the cemetery so I can introduce him to my beloved grandparents. Once I get back in the car, I check Facebook. My mother had only 2 minutes before posted a photo of a phone showing the same 000 number and saying after so many years she's finally hearing from heaven again. I call her frantic because I'm literally staring at their graves at the very moment. She received the call while my ex and I were standing there. My only assumption to this day was my family really didn't like my boyfriend then and was willing to call beyond the grave to make that fact known. That was the last call we ever received, but not our last experience. To this day, however, we still have the same landline number just in case they ever need to talk to us again. The Gentleman in the Mortuary. So I worked at a mortuary for a little while, embalming and cremating and picking up bodies. This story/experience isn't super scary, just very weird. The room we embalmed in was your average white clean filled to the brim with chemicals and embalming tools and 3 stainless steel prep tables. I spent a lot of time in there giving after-death care to our descendants. Excuse me. So the scary factor of being surrounded by dead people wasn't really a thing for me at that point. Although some nights I slept there when I was on call, and it was certainly eerie every time something creaked, or when I put the lights out, and all that was left was a deep red glow from the lit-up Coke vending machine that we had. There was one day, though, that actually spooked me to the point of asking my coworkers about it. I'd begun the usual routine, but something caught my eye. I looked up and noticed a man standing in that bright white room wearing a black suit and tie, watching me do my work. He was almost translucent, so pale. An old man. Needless to say, I went ahead and exited the room as calmly as I could. When I told my coworkers about it, they all sort of glanced between each other and smirked. Almost unanimously, they said, "Oh, yes. That's Mr. I forgot his name in parentheses. We've all seen him. He wears a suit, right? Always standing in the corner of the room." I'm a skeptic for the most part, but events like this make me wonder. It was so normal to see this man, but no one really knew why he hung around the mortuary like that. I wonder if he was ever mistreated after he died. Not every mortuary worker is a stand-up person. Why would a ghost or spirit linger somewhere other than where he or she died? Anyway, we had occasionally seen creepy things in the huge empty field surrounding the mortuary as well. I'd like to think it was our minds playing tricks. Knowing where we were and what we did probably heightened our nerves enough for us to perceive strange happenings. That I'll always wonder who the man in the mortuary was, and why he was in the embalming room. childhood ghost. Might be cliche so far, considering this is the internet and people lie all the time, but I'm hoping somebody hears me out. When I was a kid, I used to see a tall woman wearing white with black hair. They would enter my little sister's room, followed by a small baby crawling behind her at nighttime. My sister and I had all sorts of experiences with being suddenly grabbed. I think we all know the difference between a muscle twitch and an actual grab. She never saw the woman, but she did hear a woman constantly tell her, "They need me." It was terrifying, and I've always been plagued with horrifyingly vivid, violent, and graphic nightmares and night terrors, even to this day. But as an adult, I question the legitimacy of what we experienced as a kid because, well, we have no proof. Fast forward to present day. I'm 30 and she's 26. She is a baby now. When I was on the phone with her not long ago, she stepped away with her kid who was crying, and I heard a hissing whisper say, "Stay with me," which gave me the heebie-jeebies. But I joked about hearing a ghost as soon as she left, and she froze. She asked me what it said. I told her, to which she replied with, "Dude, there's a fucking ghost in here," and omitting his name. My husband doesn't really believe me, but I hear it all the time. So of course I'm like, that's creepy as heck, but okay. A couple of weeks go by and she recently messaged me saying her son was acting weird the moment she heard something again. He looked directly into the corner of the room and whined. He's 2 years old, so it's that baby whine that they do when they don't like something. Today she sent me videos from her camera monitor thing. Her son was sleeping and woke up saying, "Stop it," over and over. And then later on repeating, "Go away, go away, go away," wiggling around uncomfortably. I cannot help but be completely and utterly creeped out by this. My sister isn't somebody who makes shit up for funsies and fake videos. I asked her if I could share it here. She said no, which I guess I understand. And I know there'll be naysayers, I get that too. But I'm starting to question it more and more. Not really looking for any solutions or advice, but if we do have any, I'm down to listen, or any input at all. Trying to figure out what's in my house. So I've lived in the same house for the better part of 25 years now. When I first noticed it, it just seemed that every now and then a shadow would be slightly out of place, based on natural lighting. Think elongated or bulged from what the shadow would be. You'd walk in, see a shadow, just a hair out of the ordinary. Could be night, could be the middle of the day. Leave the room and return a few minutes later, and the shadow would have recessed back to where it should be based on the lighting. About 7 years ago, I saw a pair of solid black legs standing clear off the wall. Walked past my bedroom door. I was so convinced that somebody had to be in the house, I grabbed my pistol, woke everyone up, checked every inch of the house from top to bottom. Absolutely nothing was out of place. I restate, slept in the same room for the better part of 20 years total. I am well aware of what shadows cast from outside look like. Following this, however, things calmed down for a few years. Now, whatever it is has actively tried to not draw attention to itself. I don't have any feelings, maybe dread, malice, nah. Unless I'm sure it's one of the area that I intentionally corner whatever it may be into that area. Recently, it's taken to moving around at near floor level, at about the size of a new cat. likely once again attempting to go unnoticed, but it's gotten considerably bolder with its movements, several times making me juke and turn on a light because I thought I nearly stepped on my cat, only for the cat to still be asleep on the other side of the house. Now the random moving shadow isn't all. Not only myself, but everyone in the house regularly thinks that we hear the other call out her name, or that one of us has music, never distinguishable but audible enough to hear, coming from somewhere in the house. At one point, I distinctly heard an unknown woman's voice say, "I'm right here." I had to go outside and see if somebody was talking loudly in the neighborhood. Big surprise. Nobody was outside and no extra cars were around. It reached a point where I went to both an optometrist and a psychologist to make sure my vision was solid and that I wasn't losing my mind to stress or something. Completely clear on both fronts. I've made attempts to photograph or capture on video any proof, but as I said, for whatever reason, it absolutely does not want to be noticed by anyone. I don't have any intention of trying to press it to do anything, nor am I concerned about its presence in the house. I'm just curious as to what it could be. And I'm curious if you had a good time listening. See ya. Greetings from the other side. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we dive deep into the mysteries of the unknown. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest eerie discoveries. We hope you're ready to explore the supernatural with us. Experience with trapped bird, foreshadowing / omen of near death and premonitory feeling. This is a story very near to my heart. I'm wondering if my experience with this bird was something maybe others have had, or if this was just a specific thing to this event. Warning: domestic violence related. When I was young, I was having lunch with my grandmother, and while we sat on the porch, a bird comes darting in, makes a big circle above our heads. It looked absolutely terrified. It then started flying into this corner over and over again, confused. This really caught my attention as it was very unusual. I asked my grandmother to come look. She immediately puts her hand on her heart and says, "This is not good." She tells my grandpa, who gets a long pole and a t-shirt. He's able to cover the bird and set it free. My grandmother said something like, "Poor thing, must have been horrible. Makes my heart sink." My grandmother really looked distressed. Later on, she admitted having an overwhelming feeling of being in a life and death situation. The very next day, my father enters her home without permission and tortures and tries to murder my mother. Again, the same people, me, my grandfather, and grandmother, who saved that bird the day before, saved my mother, who was being brutally beaten and locked into a room. First, I hear someone who calls my grandparents. My grandmother and grandfather come to the house by truck. My grandfather stops my father at gunpoint, and my granny holds my mother, who's then saved. I cannot stress this enough, but I know as a fact, deep, deep in my heart, that the bird that flew in that day was a message about what was to come. That was one of the scariest things I've had to experience, and also the reason why I think there's more to the world than our eyes can see. I thought I was going to lose my mind, but I was being haunted. This happened when I was about 18. I was still living with my mother and brother. I had enough trouble in my life that it would actually justify being mentally unwell. But this was beyond that. and weird timing because things were fine. I was doing relatively good, but a few months' time I had become increasingly suicidal and lost, just absolutely confused. I'd have spells of walking into rooms and not knowing how I got there. This was beyond the normal forgetfulness. In the middle of this, I had to be hospitalized for a sudden infection. This was followed by an accident, and it was the first and last time in my life that I ever fainted. I started having weird nightmares that I don't want to describe here for brevity. I prayed this confusion would go away. I did some cleansing rituals, and the confirmation came not from me, but what my family saw. They didn't know about me being distressed yet. Keep that in mind. First event. My brothers in my room were door to door, 1.5 meters apart. We were at a dead-end T-junction. To the right side of my room was a bathroom. I was in the bathroom. My brother enters my room and starts chatting, long enough that me in the bathroom doing my hair asked him in a curious way, "Who are you talking to?" He yells and I exit the bathroom. All doors to these 3 rooms were wide open. I enter my room to find my brother inside my room looking white as ash in the face. He said he saw a girl sitting on my bed facing the wall, long black hair like mine and looked like me, but in a dress, and for quite a while thought that she was me and was attempting to talk to her, but with no reply. My brother's really afraid of these things, and he would not touch anything supernatural. Me and my brother talked about it, and I say, "Don't tell Mom. Just don't. I want to deal with this." We both go to bed. Next day, I'm frantically thinking how to get rid of this spirit because now I know I'm kind of screwed. Second event. After dinner, we're all sitting at the table. We'd all just come home and my dog is happily sitting by us, just waiting for some yummy food from the table as usual. That's when he gets up, faces away from us, and starts wildly barking and growling at the front door. This makes my mother look to the door, and with the door to my back, she then gets up and says something like, "Who are you? Get out!" By now, we're all standing. The dog has an aggressive posture, growling, and has all the hairs in his back standing. Our front door had metal bars in front, and a huge sliding iron gate. We never heard that opening. We're all like, "Who was that? How did they get here?" My mom just goes, "Calm down. Never mind, it's not real." She does the sign of a cross and says a little prayer. We then told my mom about event number 1, and she said, "Well, then that's that." We were so scared we didn't want to talk about it anymore and just told us to ignore it. Later, when I asked my Mom says that she saw a woman with long curly black hair and a simple cotton dress. She thought it was a beggar or a crazy person that had somehow entered the house. She had her hands grabbing the bars and face pressed between, imagine it like a prisoner. She looked at the dog, looked at my mom, turned quote-unquote foggy, disappeared. Front door was very well lit. The next day was a Saturday. We were free and my mom was like a drill sergeant. We must have spent like half a kilo of rock salt and loads of incense, sage, and herbal and salt bath for all the family. We went full exorcism on the house. The dreams faded away in about a week. I started recovering. I was having an appetite again. My mind was also clearing up. The forgetfulness was gone. I was doing good again, like I was never even unwell in the first place. But I was quite disturbed and a bit scared. I wonder if I picked up this companion at the hospital. lady in red. Kind of. I've done my fair research since I've been an adult, and I've never forgotten this chain of experiences. I moved in with my father when I turned 9. He was a single dad and worked long hours, and it was just him and myself living in a 4-bedroom house in East Los Angeles. I was pretty grown up for being so young, walked myself to and from school, did my own laundry, could even make myself basic meals and stuff, so it was completely normal for me to get home from school, make a snack, and get cozied up with my PlayStation and play something for a bit before my dad came home from work. Skip forward to living there for about 2 months. I started feeling weird, like I wasn't alone in the house. I kept telling my dad how I felt. I tried saying that it was normal. It was a big move for someone my age, and I was just starting a new school. So I just started waking up and having panic attacks about dying. I seriously was having an existential crisis at 9 years old. One day, playing some PS1, probably drinking some Tang, I saw this shadow walk down the hallway. I knew I was home alone. I got so fucking scared. I told my dad, and he brushed it off. Same thing happened a few days after that, except I was now positioning myself so that I was fully facing the door while being in my room. Nothing was going to get past me. It happened pretty fast, but I knew for sure that it was a woman. She had long black hair and was wearing like a weird older silk red dress. I asked to go to my dad's friend's house after school the very next day and continued. I made sure I was never home alone. This whole time, my anxiety about dying kind of turned into an obsession. I started to not be able to sleep. Scared to take showers with the door closed. I started sleeping with the lights on, and I never needed a nightlight before. This is where it starts to get even creepier. A few months go by. My anxiety starts to go away a little bit. I'm now down to just a nightlight on in the corner. Hallway light can still be turned off. She started appearing again, but she was going into my room. I would feel a slight pressure like someone sitting on the end of my bed, and then it would feel like someone was gently running their fingers through my hair. The first few times I remember being paralyzed. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I was positive I'd never fallen asleep. But when I would feel the pressure after that, I would curl into a ball under my blankets until I felt the presence to be gone. Never seen her again, but I swear I never feel alone. And it's been 20 years. Portal to Paradise. It happened, I'd say, late summer, when the weather was becoming colder. I often went with my father whenever he was doing work on boats and ships. My father was a fisherman and was repairing a friend's large wooden fishing trawler, which was in sort of an alcove. He was doing a job which involved a technique called caulking. And while he was doing this, I became bored and looked around for something to do. I looked off the port side of the boat. I saw a buoy. It was up against the shoreline, and I decided I wanted to play with it. When I got off the boat and made my way over to it, it was a little bit taller than me. It was round and very rusted. I started pushing it out into the water, and it would travel for a bit before beaching itself again. This happened 2 or 3 more times before it started traveling by itself. I found this unusual. I watched it as it traveled along, but then went into the embankment. I was very confused by what just happened. As where it went, it was just like solid rock. I went over to where it had entered the embankment, and I found a stone archway. It was made from 3 large slabs, of which seemed to be made of sandstone. When I peered in to see where the buoy went, it was floating across a tropical ocean toward a beach. The beach had palm trees and the ocean was sky blue. It would look like one of the islands from the Maldives. I was completely blown away, and in the back of my mind, I wanted to swim in the direction the buoy went toward the beach. I stood there for quite a while, contemplating if I stepped through the door and swim toward the beach, but also concerned about what would happen if I did. I decided to call my father to come and see what I found. This was world-changing for me, but things were about to get stranger. I called to my father to come to me, but there was silence. I called again and heard him say, "I'll be there in a minute," paraphrasing. So I waited, and he never came. I was close to stepping through, but had a weird conscious thought that my father would be responsible for my disappearance. And of course, I didn't want that. So I decided against going in and heading back to the boat. When I got back to my father, he was still caulking the deck. The first thing I said was, "Why didn't you come when I called you?" He looked up at me, completely confused, and said something along the lines of, "I never heard you call me." Now I was even more confused. After this, I never said anything more. We packed up and left for home. As we were heading back up the hill next to the boat, I looked in the direction of where the doorway and portal was. Wondered what would have happened if I had gone through. I bet you're thinking right now that this was something my child mind was making up, or maybe I was hallucinating, right? Wrong. When I was in my early 20s, I asked about that to my father, and he remembered. He remembered the buoy, he remembered the question I asked him. I didn't ask any further, as this confirmation carved it into stone for me. I also did a little investigating into the timeline, and everything lines up. My father passed away many years ago, and so I couldn't ask him any more questions. I often think back to that day and wished I had just gone through. With all the shitty thing in this world and the way my life is now, I think my life would have been better off if I had. I contemplated the situation throughout my life and the mammoth implication of such a feat. Changing space and time in order for a being or entity to get to me through the portal. I could only come to 3 conclusions: a god, aliens, or that this world is in fact a simulation. And I saw an intentional glitch in the Matrix, and that the operator spoke to me directly and had the ability to mimic my father's voice. This wasn't the only unusual situation to happen to me in my life, but I was definitely one of the most awesome memories I think I'll ever have and I'll treasure forever. The steps, the blow, and the watch. I'm fairly new to this, but after reading so many stories inspired me to share mine. Some might say it's fake, and that's fine, but it's incredibly real to me, and although I'm 19, this still happens. So here's the backstory. I grew up in Stockton, which was always moving around until I was about 7. That was when my mom bought our first house, and we got to settle down. This house wasn't old, maybe 15 at the time. The house was great at first. We had our own rooms, and nothing unusual. We were normal kids, and we played with the neighborhood kids. Our cousins would come over every so often. This was about 6 months after we had moved in. I was in bed, and at the time I had to share a room with my younger brother, who was 6 at the time. My grandpa was using what was his room temporarily. My mom had tucked my brother and I into bed. I was laying facing the wall, and about an hour had passed. I felt something blow on my neck. My brother was sort of a butt, as most kids are, and would mess with me. I assumed it was him, so I told him to go back to sleep. He didn't answer, so I turned to look at him, and he's in bed and I call his name. No answer, so I get up and look at him and he's passed out. I mean, like completely asleep. This kid is a heavy sleeper. So I'm thinking as a now 8-year-old, maybe like a draft, not thinking too much of it. I was finally able to fall asleep, but I was woken up to our old school box TV on static and at full volume. Mind you, this was on a TV stand to the very left top corner of the room. It was a stand that was held up by a wall. It was much too high for me or my brother to turn on, even if we were on our beds or our toy boxes. We had lost the remote about a month before this happened. I had to wake up my mom and she turned it off and everything was fine, but for a few months at least. Every so often I would feel like someone was breathing on my neck, but I would never think about it because I never saw anyone or heard anything. So fast forward and I was 9. My cousins came over for the weekend and kids being kids, we played hide and seek tag. There were a total of 5 of us playing, me, my brother, and my 3 cousins. It was about midnight, and everyone was playing and the adults were downstairs. I was in my room hiding in the closet when my older cousin runs in and finds me and tags me. That means I have to start to run after her until I stopped dead in my tracks. It felt as if I ran into a wall, but I was at my door and it was open and there was nothing there. I'm looking straight in front of me into the bathroom that was directly in front of my room, and I see what looked like a little girl the same age as me, but they were wearing the stereotypical old-fashioned 1800s little girl dress, and she was this sickly pale blue color. All of the lights were off, but it felt as if she was being lit up. But lights. She stood there and ran down the hall, and I stood there for a second thinking that, what just happened? Walked down the hall, still stuck on what happened. My cousin then ran in and I asked her if she was in the bathroom. But she wasn't. No one was in the bathroom, or even in my room beside me. I eventually forget about it, but everything in the house never felt right again. The house never felt welcoming or like it was before. It felt angry. And I felt like someone or something was watching me anywhere I went in the house. I would feel like something was watching me everywhere. When I would leave the house for school, I never felt something watching me. Only when I was in the house. Fast forward about 5 months. I was walking home by myself because I begged my mom to let me start going home after school instead of going into after-school program. That was a program that my elementary school had. My brother stayed there. My older brother, who was 16 at the time, was still at his high school, and it was in a different part of town. We'd usually hang out with his friends, so I would be the only one home. My grandpa, I mentioned earlier, had moved out a month after the first incident of the blowing on my neck. And I was excited. I felt like a cool teenager while only being 10. Now I'm going to describe the house setup, because it's important for this next encounter. The house was on a court, and when at the front door, you'd walk into the living room, and directly in front of the front door were the stairs that curved up to the right, and the top of the stairs was a master bedroom. That was on the left. And I guess to the left of that, my brother's room, and to the right, down a little bit of a hall, was my room, the bathroom, and my older brother's room. When you'd look past the stairs, you have the living room, and walking back, you can see the dining room. And behind a wall on the left is the kitchen where the house phone is. That's important. Then to the right of the dining room was a half bathroom, a closet, and a garage door. The garage was directly under my room to the bathroom, and my older brother's room. The backyard was able to be seen from each window of the back of the house, and we had a dog. She was very quiet and never barked, even at the people who'd walked before and over 9-foot cement walls that divided the backyard and the semi-main street. I walked into the house, assuming that I'm alone. I do my normal routine, put my shoes away, hanging up my backpack, and heading to the kitchen to call my mom on the house phone. I was calling her to tell her that I was getting home safe. We usually had like a 5-minute conversation, not too long, and I asked my mom if I have a soda that I was kept... What did they write here? I was going to have a not too long conversation, and I asked my mom if I can have a can of soda that was kept in the outside fridge in the garage. She says yes, and we say bye. Then I hang up. I walk into the garage, and as I'm grabbing the soda, I hear the floor upstairs creak like someone stood up. I didn't think anything of it until after that initial creak. It sounded as if someone was walking from the bathroom to my room, and then to my brother's room, like someone's checking or looking for something. So I open the garage door and I stand in the doorway. The creaking stopped. I thought it was my older brother home early, so I call his name and nothing. Then I call his name again and still nothing, but I ask if he wants me to grab him a soda too. Then I heard the creaking again, but this time it sounded as if they were running with heavy stomps down the hall and down the stairs. Out of reaction, I run back into the garage and hide behind the side of the fridge that you can't see if you open the garage door. I'm scared now, because those steps don't sound like my brother's. I hear the steps run down the stairs and just stop. I'm still hiding, and now getting really freaked out that no one opened the door and nothing happened for about 5 minutes, and then I hear the stairs creak because of where the fridge is on the wall between the garage and the stairs. The footsteps sound heavy, but walking speed up the stairs, and then down the hall back to where the creak was. And when I went into the garage in the first place, I stand there crying, my heart racing for about 20 minutes, trying to work up the courage to run inside and grab the house phone. During that whole time, the creaks kept doing, still as if someone was looking for something. I keep my eyes on the clock, and we had that on the wall in the garage, and it's just now turning 2:35, meaning that no one will be home for another 4 hours. I stand in the front door and stand there and finally work up the courage to run inside and grab the house phone. The second I opened that door, steps turned heavy and ran again. But I made it back to the garage before it made it down the stairs all the way, and I call my mom immediately. I'm bawling, and the only thing I could manage to get out was steps upstairs, hiding garage. My mom's now trying to calm me down and tells me to get my dog from the backyard and stay in the garage, and she's going to call my brother to have him come over and check it out. So I grab my dog, and she immediately goes crazy, barking. Dead stares at the garage door to the house. She's never done this before. Her temperament's always been very calm and always collected, but now she was not close to her usual self. I sit, my dog, who is a black lab, stands in front of me, still barking. It felt like forever before my brother showed up. The entire time the steps kept going back and forth and back and forth. Things were hitting the ground. It sounds like a robber, the steps looking for something. But why would they stay if someone was already home and after hearing my voice knowing I'm a child? They had an opportunity to leave, but didn't. When my brother shows up, I hear his truck pull up and come to a shriek. I hear him and about 5 of his friends run into the house and run around the whole house looking for someone. My brother comes in the garage and asks if I'm okay and what happened, and I tell him. His friend comes into the garage and says there's no one here. They checked every door and window and everything was locked. Nothing was disturbed except for a few things that were on the floor in my room. If there was someone in the house, they would have seen that person, as it was in a court, and they couldn't get back over the year's fence without using a ladder. I refused to go into the house, and so my brother carries me to the truck and put me in and brings my dog too, and me and a truck full of his friends head to his best friend's house. We stayed there until my mom came and picked us up. We don't talk about it. My younger brother asks, and my mom just says I got scared. I had to be carried by force back into the house, and I refused to sleep or even go into my room for a month. After that incident, I felt as if I was just being watched, but only in the house. A few other things happened in the house after that, but what happened that day was terrifying. But it doesn't compare to the feeling of being watched. By things being moved or broken or even seeing shadows in my peripheral. That was a daily occurrence, especially when I had to go to bed. I always had the covers over my head and music playing, so I didn't have to hear anything, but I would always feel something. I would feel something like a hand on my arm or my back or the breathing on my neck. I moved out of the house when I was 13 to live with my dad, and soon after my mom moved in with my stepdad into a different house. And what had happened in that house in Stockton just moved with me to my dad's, but then moved to the house my mom lives in currently, only bothering me when I visit my mom's house. If anyone wants more of my experiences that happened after this, and what happened when it followed me and what happens now that when I go to visit my mom, I'd be more than happy to share my experience. Although terrifying, I'm glad I get the experience. Hopefully somebody else can share theirs. Maybe they won't feel like they're completely crazy like I did. Thanks for reading this. It's long, but I made sure to add everything I could because it's almost like the experience happened yesterday. I will never forget it. I'll never get away from it. Scary childhood experience. I'll just point out as well that 1, we did not own a dog at the time, and 2, I mentioned this to my mom not too long ago, and she said she remembers this night too, that I wasn't dreaming when I ran downstairs to her. I always thought that maybe I was making it up, but when she said she remembered it too, I kind of had to believe it then. Anyway, I can't remember how old I was, maybe 3 or 4, especially because my little sister was still a newborn baby at the time. I used to hate going to bed at night. In fact, I hated nighttime in general. I would see things around the house in shadows mostly. I think they were dogs or animals at least, and I remember them growling at me if I came too close. I specifically remember one of them under the dining room table, and I ran to my mom screaming. The fear was so strong. One night I was in bed and laying on my left side. I remember this clearly as I opened my eyes and I could see the door in the distance. After a while of laying there, I felt what I can only describe as pawns begin to walk up to the side. Sounds impossible, which I completely agree with, but that's what I felt. And then something sit on my hip bone. I opened my eyes and directly in front of me was my dog. It looked like a long-eared spaniel type dog, and as gross as it sounds, I also remember that it opened its mouth and had vomit on its tongue. Ew. I remember feeling terrified as I turned away from that, looked up at the thing sitting on my hip. It was a black dog with a thin body and sleek fur, like a greyhound's, and it had a pointed face and pointed ears that pointed upwards over its head. Its eyes stood out, but I can't remember any color. I quickly looked to my right, and there was a Jack Russell Terrier type dog there, and it started growling when I knew I could see it. I remember being frozen in fear as I looked up at the black dog and watched its head turn slowly, then suddenly snapped back to look at me. At that point, I somehow got out of bed and ran to the top of the stairs. Pretty sure there was a baby gate there at the time, so I have no idea how I got past it. But I do remember looking back into my room and seeing all 3 dogs turn to look at me before beginning to run toward me. I got down the stairs, burst into the living room where my parents and babysitter were. The dogs didn't follow as far as I knew, and I remember my mom asking me what I was doing. I was very clearly remembering saying, I wanted to see my sister. No idea why I didn't tell them what just happened, but my mom didn't say anything else, or make me go back to bed. She'd just let me lay on the sofa with her and hold the baby. I never had another experience like after that, but I was absolutely terrified of dogs from that day until I was 9 or 10. And like I said, my mom remembers me coming into the living room and saying, well, talking about the dream a while later. I've often spoken about it when the paranormal comes up, but never tried to look into it until recently. Can't find anything that really matches my experience, and I can't find any history in the house. Kind of a shame. But after we moved house, I never saw any shadowed dogs again. There's something following you. I'll start off by saying that the person that told me this story was somebody that I worked with, though I cannot say in what capacity due to strict confidentiality. Suffice to say that this person was an older gentleman in his 70s and had absolutely no reason to make this up, especially not at the time of our conversation. With that said, I will tell this story from his perspective, exactly as he told it to me. I used to work for a company many years ago. The workforce consisted of mostly men, all of whom were the epitome of down-to-earth, straight-talking northerners. We had a laugh, bantered back and forth and whatnot, but we worked our asses off, and sometimes the pressure got too much. One of the men, David, he had been experiencing a headache all day that was getting worse. He managed to make it through the day until lunchtime when he suddenly went missing. I looked for him for ages, worried about what might have happened to him, until I found him sitting on the ground in an unused room, clutching his head in agony. He'd gone to find somewhere quiet, hoping it would ease the pain in his head, but it was only getting worse. No amount of painkiller took the pain away, and it was clear he was in it in a bad way. At that point, one of the others, Carl, had caught up with us. Now, the thing about Carl was that he claimed to be what he called a faith healer. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I do know that whatever he did to people, it worked. That day, I stood there and watched as Carl put his hands on Dad's head, and slowly, gradually, the pain in his face went away. I watched that man go from agony to pain-free in front of my eyes, and I honestly can't explain it. It was incredible to watch. After that, David went back to work, amazed at how good he felt, though confused at what had actually happened. As for Carl, he never spoke about it, and no one dared ask him. So we left it at that. A year or two later, I was working with Carl at another site. It was some kind of maintenance job. We were being shown around by a guy who worked for the company but traveled a lot, so it wasn't too close with most of us. I'll call him Mark so it doesn't get confusing. He was probably in his late 50s. He was a good guy, and was also aware of Carl's quote-unquote abilities, as most people in the company were. Anyway, we were all chatting away and catching up, getting the work done and discussing various things. All was normal. It wasn't until all three of us were back at Carl's house where he'd offered us a drink, and that's when Carl turned to Mark and said, "Listen, I don't want to scare you, but there's something following you. It's been standing over your shoulder all day." Now me and Mark looked at each other. In any other situation, I'd have laughed at whoever said something as daft as that. But we all knew Carl very well, and the man never spoke about stuff like that unless he had to. Mark gave a kind of worried laugh and asked, "What are you talking about?" To which Carl said, "I've seen a black figure standing behind you all day. I saw it as soon as we all met up, but I didn't want to say anything as we weren't in a safe place. It's very evil, probably demonic, so I had to find a way to tell you." Mark looked pretty scared at this point and asked if it was still there, at which point Carl shook his head and said, "No, it's outside for now. It can't cross the threshold of my house as it's protected from things like that. That's why I wanted you to come over. You need to get cleansed or it'll try to hurt you." After that, Carl gave a few things to help protect him, gave him a number to call to help him get rid of whatever was following him, but Mark was pretty shaken up. Carl had said that as soon as he left the house, it would follow him again, but it wouldn't be able to hurt him while he kept those tokens of protection with him. After we left that day, I only ever saw Mark once or twice. He never mentioned if he got cleansed or if anything else happened. But the dead seriousness in Carl's voice when he talked about the black figure will always stick in my mind. It's been a few years now since I saw this gentleman that told me this story, but it pops in my head from time to time, and I often scare myself thinking about it. I have no idea what a faith healer is, as I've never actually looked into it. I'm not at all religious either. Neither was the gentleman who told me about it. So if anybody's any similar stories or personal experiences with something like this, please let me know. I don't think it's Bill after all. Only a handful of people I know about what I'm about to tell you. Everything is real, and it happened in my childhood home. I grew up with my mom and my two older brothers. Our house was like any other normal house, except we were aware of a spirit, or a ghost, whatever you want to call it. And that remained in the house when he died, and his wife ended up selling it to my mom. His name was Bill. First time I remember feeling his presence was one night when I got up to go to the bathroom and felt footsteps on the roof. They were very audible and sounded almost like drums. I actually thought that maybe there'd been more than a few people up on the roof. I woke my mom up, but she swore she didn't hear anything. Also, I clearly recall many times when doors would open or shut on their own without any wind. Shampoo bottles getting knocked to the floor, picture frames falling off the walls for no reason. We'd joke and say that Bill was acting up again. Other times we would hear our names being called from another room, only to find out nobody was in fact calling us. The calling sounded so real, and it was usually my mom's voice calling for me. Every time she always swore that it wasn't her. At some point, my mom got somebody to quote-unquote sweep the house. I was still young, but I remember a lady came in using something with a smoke thing, probably sage, said some words in each room, used a straw broom to sweep the spirits away. Things went quiet for a year or two. However, every member of our household seemed to always have bad luck after that. Eventually, we all began to see shadow people in the house, usually in corners. Sometimes people who would come to visit us mentioned that they could also see shadows in the corner, or they'd feel weird in our house in general, like being watched. Shortly after that started, things began to get intense in the house. Things moved right in front of us. Power would go out in the whole house. Once, as I was about to leave the house, the front door slammed shut right in front of me. I got so scared I ran to my room crying. During the days, there weren't much malevolence. Sometimes creepy, but nothing that made me feel unsafe. Once I was hiding from my mom, and this was as a joke. I used to creep in a room where she was and scare her by yelling, "Boo!" This time, as I was hiding from my mom, I was behind the bathroom door, waiting for her to walk by the hallway. This is when suddenly I heard a very clear whisper in my ear. "Boo." My heart stopped. I looked around and ran out. I always had nightmares growing up, so my mom let me sleep in her room. My nightmares started to get much worse. I'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night. My mom, scared half to death, would have to calm me down. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. One of those nights I swore I could see a dark shadow of a person walking toward me. I closed my eyes, opened them again. It was still coming for me. I cowered under the blankets and started crying, trying to listen carefully. After a few minutes of silence, I heard a little girl's giggle. I screamed and tried to wake my mom up. When she woke, she turned the light on and was so upset, told me I was just having nightmares. But I know I was awake. Another night I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't want to open my eyes this time. I felt very uneasy, so I pulled the covers up. A few minutes later, I felt someone or something touching my forehead. I didn't dare scream this time. I just kept saying to myself, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real. Crazy stuff kept happening at night when I'd wake up in the middle. I hated sleeping, and many times tried to do things to get myself tired before going to bed so I wouldn't wake up before daytime. It worked sometimes, but not always. As soon as I was older, I started staying at friends' houses as much as I could. Later on, I'd stay with my boyfriend, and when I got into college, I roomed with a friend, even though the university was like 20 minutes away. I eventually moved out at 20 for good. Now, as an adult, whenever I visit home, I feel the presence as soon as I walk into the house. I try not to sleep there if I can help it. I know my mom and my brothers have their own stories to tell. We've never gotten together to tell each other of our experiences. Maybe we should. Maybe we could make a book together. A dreadful gurgle. Well, it happened to me when I was at a boarding school in Shimla. This was many years ago. I was sleeping in the senior dormitory along with some 20 other boys. My bed was positioned in the corner of a long room at some distance from the others. There was no shortage of pranksters in our dormitory, and one had to look out for introduction of stinging nettles or maybe peebles, or possibly even a small lizard under the bedsheets. But I wasn't in prepare for my body in my bed. I think they meant that they weren't prepared for a body to show up in their bed. First, I thought a sleepwalker had mistakenly gotten into my bed. I tried to push him out, muttering, "Devinder, get back into your own bed. There isn't room for two of us." Devinder was a notorious sleepwalker who had pretty much ever ended up on the roof on one occasion. But it wasn't Devinder. Devinder was a short boy, and was a fellow, and was a tall, lanky person. His feet stuck out of the blankets at the floor of the bed. It must be Ranjit, I thought. Ranjit had huge feet. "Ranjit," I hissed. "Stop playing the fool and get back into your bed." No response. I pushed him, but without success. Body was heavy and inert. It was also very cold. I lay there wondering who it could be. Then it began to dawn on me that the person beside me wasn't breathing. I have this horrible realization that there is a corpse in my bed. How did it get there, and what do I do about it? "Vishal," I called out to a boy who was sleeping a short distance away. "There's a corpse in my bed. Vishal, did you wake up?" "You're dreaming, Ray. Go to sleep and stop disturbing everyone." Just then there was a groan, followed by a dreadful gurgle from the body beside me. I shout out of the bed that something's at the top of my voice, waking up the entire dormitory, and lights came on. There was a total confusion. The housemaster came running. I told him and everyone else what happened. They came to my bed, had a good look at it. There was no one there. In my instance, I was moved to the other end of the dormitory. The house perfect. Johnson took over my former bed. 2 nights passed without further excitement, and a couple of boys started calling me Funk and Scared Cat. My response was to punch one of them in the nose. Then on the third night, when we were all woken by several ear-splitting shrieks, Johnson came charging across the dormitory, screaming that two icy hands had just taken him by the throat and tried to squeeze the life out of him. Lights came on. The poor old housemaster came dashing in again. We called Johnson down and put him in a spare bed. The housemaster shone his torch on the boy's face and neck, and sure enough, we saw several bruises on his flesh. The outline of a large hand. Next day, the offending bed was removed from the dormitory. It was a few days before Johnson recovered from the shock. He was kept in the infirmary until the bruises disappeared, but for the rest of the year, he was a nervous wreck. Our nursing sister, who was looking after the infirmary for many years, recalls that some 20 years earlier, a boy called Tompkins had suddenly died in the dormitory. He was very tall for his age, and apparently suffered from a heart problem. That day he had taken part in football, had gone to bed looking pale and exhausted. Early next morning when the bell rang for gym class, he was found stiff and cold, having apparently died during the night. He died peacefully, poor boy, recalled our nursing sister, but I'm not so sure. I can still remember the dreadful gurgle from the creature in my bed. And there was the struggle with Johnson. No, there was nothing peaceful about that death. Tompkins had gone most unwillingly. Woken up in the middle of the night during the 2003 New York City blackout. I don't know how many of you will remember this, but in the summer of 2003, there was a widespread power outage in the northeast region of the United States and parts of Canada. I was 11 years old, and I was living with my grandma in an old suburb of Staten Island, New York. Because of this story, I'll always distinctly remember those 2 to 3 days without power. At the time, my family had just recently moved into a new house. Had probably only been there for a few months. The house was old, probably built in the early to mid-1900s. As soon as we moved in, we immediately felt something in the house. Cold spots, random noises, shadows, voices. We realized that the house was haunted, but we never really felt that we had to leave because of it. My grandma and mom are sensitive to spirits, and we'd lived in other haunted houses before, so we were kind of used to it. Our ancestral house in the Philippines was much worse, so we really weren't in a rush to move so quickly after just moving in. In this house, I only ever saw shadows and heard voices, while my grandma and mom saw full-body apparitions. That is, until the blackout happened. So one night during the blackouts, it was hot as hell. The temperature was probably in the high 80s or low 90s with no air conditioning due to the power. So I asked my grandmother if I could sleep in her room. That was since it was on the 3rd floor, the coolest part of the house. She obliged, and I fell asleep next to my grandmother after playing Pokemon on my Game Boy under the covers for a few hours. I was woken up by a strange noise in the middle of the night a few hours later, probably around 1 or 2 a.m. It was freezing cold, so cold that I forgot about the power outage and thought that the AC was on. The noise sounded like a distant wailing, kind of like really high-pitched police sirens. It was loud enough to wake me, but somehow still sounded really far away. At this point, I'm not really thinking much of it since the window's open, and I assumed the noise was coming from outside. I'm still under the covers and wide awake, so I grab my Game Boy and start playing Pokemon in silence. That way I won't wake my grandmother. I was obsessed with the game. As I'm playing, I notice the noise getting louder and closer. This continued for another minute or so until I start to get really annoyed. Just as I was about to pull the covers off to investigate, I feel a weight shift on the bed and hear the mattress spring squeak by the foot of the bed. I look over to check if my grandma was still there, or if she somehow left without me knowing. She didn't. She was still there. I slowly peek out from under the covers and see a pale-skinned woman with long dark hair sitting by the foot of the bed. She was wearing a light-colored dress, face toward the wall. Her hands were pressed against her face and eyes, and she was crying, which I now realize is the noise that I'd been hearing. I was terrified and shaking, so I turned to wake my grandmother, but I realized she's already sitting up and she's praying the rosary in silence. She then turned to me and said, "Don't worry, she won't hurt you. She visits me every night." I'll never forget it. I was freaked out and just shut my eyes until I fell back asleep. Anyways, after that night, I never slept in my grandmother's room again. I continued to feel a presence in the house, but I never heard the wailing or saw the woman again. My grandmother, on the other hand, said that the woman continued her nightly visits until we moved a year later. My story about my grandmother's house. Let me start off by saying that these stories are 100% real. Also, let me say that I do not believe in ghosts per se, but these stories are things I think about often. They give me the willies every time I think or talk about them. Buckle up. Due to the backstory being needed, this is going to be a long one. I grew up in southern Louisiana, and as a kid, I loved going to my grandparents' house to do things such as fish, watch movies with my grandfather, and cook with my grandmother. This house is a beautiful home, still standing, surrounded by stately oaks and broad magnolias. Baton Rouge folks will get the reference. It has a long winding driveway where moss hangs from 100-year-old oak trees. This is over the gravel drive, and a beautiful pond off to the right side of the drive. It's an absolutely beautiful home on an absolutely gorgeous piece of land. The woman who built the house owned a small shop in the suburb of South Louisiana. This woman was very beautiful, and from what I've been told, never missed an opportunity to dress up in her high heels. She was married to a man who'd been in a car accident, I think. He was severely handicapped. As his condition got worse, she had to sell the house and downsize in order to pay for his medical bills. When my grandparents bought the house from her, she was extremely devastated that she had to let it go. She was legitimately obsessed with this house. It was like a child to her. She was so obsessed with this house, in fact, that there were several times that my grandparents went out to run errands and came back to her there, peering into the windows of the house to quote-unquote check on it. Fast forward some years after she moved out of the house. My grandparents were settled. She was killed by a notorious Louisiana serial killer that tormented South Louisiana from 1992 to 2003. She was one of the 7+ victims in his terrible killing spree. Fast forward again years after her murder. I started spending many weeks at this house loving life, being a normal kid. I had no idea about the previous owner, but always felt very uneasy when I was in this house by myself. Hearing random knocks and footsteps was normal, and my grandparents always just attributed to the house shifting. My grandmother's 2 Siamese cats, Wally and Ernie, were always around and sort of comforted me when I was alone in the house. I always thought that they could also be attributed to the random noises. When my brother and I would go over there to the house as young kids, we would sleep in the bed in the master bedroom with my grandmother and her 2 cats. We would be constantly woken up by weird noises and what sounded like somebody walking on the wood floor in the hallway connected to the closet. What's extremely creepy about this is that in front of the closet there were high heel marks, permanently marked into the old creaky wood floor where the previous homeowner would get dressed and put on her high heels. One night I clearly remember knocking. It was loud enough to wake me up, and one of her cats getting extremely agitated to the point where it stood up on all fours looking in the direction of the noise with its hair standing up on its neck. The feeling that someone was in the room was extremely startling and spine-chilling. This started to happen more times than not, especially when we went over there. At this point, I started to ask my grandparents questions due to the fact that I was scared shitless every night I went there. They acted like they had no idea what I was talking about. I'm sure that was to make me not scared. One day I was in the office and computer room at the front of the house by myself while everybody else was outside fishing. I was genuinely enjoying myself, drawing a picture of a pelican that I had pulled over my computer. Sitting next to me was a stack of DVD cases, stacked about 4 or 5 feet high on a desk. When I looked down to resume my pelican drawing, a stack of cases were forcefully pushed off the desk and landed about 2 to 3 feet away on the floor. I simply couldn't believe my eyes. I got up and ran outside as fast as I could. When I told the story to my grandparents, they were very skeptical, just kind of laughed it off. At this point, I was genuinely convinced that something was wrong with this house. One night, not long after the event, while watching a movie with my grandfather, something happened to me that I will never forget. My grandfather had just fallen asleep and was laid back in his recliner, delivering his trademark loud snores. Being that the house was away from any light source, and that it was miles from town, it was extremely dark and quiet when the lights were off. I continued to watch the movie by myself and got the intense feeling like someone was watching me. I tried to brush it off, but it was so intense that it felt like someone was standing next to me just watching me watch the movie. The room started to feel like it was getting smaller and smaller around me. It genuinely felt like I was intruding on someone else's space. Eventually, in the hallway behind us, I heard footsteps as if someone was walking away in high heels. It was the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. To this day, I have no idea what happened, and it will forever perplex me. Not long after that, my grandfather told us the story of the previous homeowner and her love and obsession with the house. Both of my grandparents are chemists, and the people of science, just like me, they didn't believe in ghosts. I don't know what it was in that house, but we eventually stopped going over there because it scared us beyond belief. In the summer of 2016, the house along with most of Baton Rouge area flooded. It got 8 feet of water throughout the whole house and destroyed every wall and even some of the ceiling. At that time, my family's house flooded as well, so I was living with a friend. One night, my grandmother asked if I could just go let the builders into her house. That way they could continue the work on the house. I agreed, picked up the key from her, got to the house early, just so I could experience that energy one last time before they sold it and got rid of it. I walked up to the front door, unlocked it, and walked in. To my very pleasant surprise, I didn't feel anything. The house was empty, all of the walls were knocked down, and I could see through the whole building from the kitchen. All the creaky wood floors with the high heel marks were torn out. All of the belongings were gone, and it was barren. It smelled like a powerful mixture of mud and paint. I genuinely think that this flood took whatever energy that was in that house out with it when it drained. It's so weird because I have such an attachment to that house. I want to own it one day, even though it scared the ever-living fuck out of me in my youth. Four different experiences in one night. So when I'm in high school, I was staying at a friend's house one night. They had 2 spare bedrooms because his sister had moved out to go stay with their mom. The other was at his grandmother's. Late one night, we were in the kitchen looking for something to snack on. we started to hear the squeak of the rocking chair coming from the grandmother's room. Experience 1. We decided to just let go and go to his room for some gaming. We were going to take our mind off of it. About an hour later, we decided to head to bed. Well, he did at least. I went to the second spare room, the sister's old room, and was just lying in bed playing on the phone. A few minutes after laying down, I could hear heavy footsteps in the hallway, as if someone was wearing boots. It had a hardwood floor, so it was pretty loud. The steps would go from the kitchen to the bedroom and back, and this continued for about 10 minutes. Experience 2. Well, finally the steps stop. Quick side note, whenever a car would pass by, the headlights would shine directly into the room. Anyways, every time a car passed by and the light came through, there was a shadow of a large man in the corner, probably about 6 or 7 feet tall. Experience 3. Well, all of a sudden it gets dead quiet, like absolute silence. No snoring, they spelled that wrong. No snoring from his dad, no cars outside, no barking dogs next door. No geckos. Then, without any warning, the closet door slammed open. It fell off of its hinges. Experience 4. I said, "Fuck this. I know when I'm not wanted." I quickly gathered my things and left. Never stayed at his house again. When I told him about all of this the next day, he was just like, "Oh shit. Yeah, that's Dan. He's a dick." The scariest thing to happen to me as a teenager. When I was a teenager, I had experiences. This is one of them. I don't know what this is, but to be honest, I'd love to know if somebody could help me figure it out. Now first, let me explain the house so you can better understand the layout. When you walked in the front door, to your left was the living room, to the right was a closet, and behind that was my room. That was a den that used to be a bedroom due to the unforeseen circumstance. Making from the front door 20 feet to the kitchen, and from my bedroom 10 feet to the kitchen, the stairs to upstairs were to the right between my room and the kitchen. One night I was in my room on my bed. I was with my cat, Sammy. I was watching TV as I heard footsteps. I felt confused because everybody else was upstairs asleep. My cat got to the edge of the bed and stared at the door as the footsteps that I now recognized as high heels moved from my bedroom to the kitchen and then back. It was always stopping at my doorway. It would stand there for a moment, then pace yet again. A feeling of fear hit me. My cat never stopped looking at the door as these steps kept it for pacing about an hour. The next night I had pushed them out of my mind, till late at night again I heard the footsteps. This time there was 2 sets, dress shoes and high heels. Again, my first thought was my parents, but they were upstairs asleep, and so was everyone else. My cat looked at this door and I pet her as I did the same. A feeling of fear hitting me again, this thought of, if you go out of your room, it will not end well. About an hour till they stopped, and I asked my parents if they had been up or heard anything that last 2 nights. I just got a confused look and a no. Side notes. I've seen ghosts before in this house. They've scared me, but not made me, feel fear. Never the feeling of it when I left my room, of me being unsafe. Due to the ghost that I've seen, I had put a protective barrier around my room so ghosts couldn't enter. It was not something I did on purpose, just with the deep desire to be safe in my room. I also found out that the house had no threshold, and was the only one in the house that could see or feel anything. fighting with a ghost with a rake. The incident that scared me the most took place when I was about 14. For some background, I live in a 3-story Victorian house. The incident occurred when a friend, and I'm going to call her Sarah, we went home alone, getting ready to go meet each other, and our friend, of course. It was after school, so I had to change out of my uniform. I left Sarah, drinking a can of Dr. Pepper in the kitchen on the ground floor, while I went to change into my bedroom on the second floor. I'd nearly finished when I heard this almighty crash from the kitchen. So I ran downstairs to find Dr. Pepper all over the floor and the wall. I asked Sarah what happened, and she insisted that something had knocked it out of her hand, although I didn't really believe her at first. I helped her clean it up, and she gathered all the sodden paper towels up. But walking to the side of the room where the kitchen bin was, just as she raised the Dr. Pepper can back to her lips, get the last dregs out, the can flew out of her hand with such force it hit the wall to her right. I know it could be said that she threw it, but I saw the whole thing, and the way her hand snapped back. There's no way that she could have gotten such power from a flick of the wrist like that. It genuinely looked like someone had walked right up to her and smacked it out of her hand as hard as they could. It even cut her lip, and at that point, we were both utterly terrified, which only worsened when we heard heavy footsteps moving above us from the top floor. We ran as fast as we could for the front door, not stopping until we reached the relatively safe garden. Unfortunately, we then realized that we couldn't even leave if we wanted to. I'd left my keys inside, and Sarah had left her purse. We decided we absolutely had to go back in, but not without protection. S grabbed the garden rake, holding it across her body while I stayed close to her back. We grabbed our things, straining to hear more movement, and finally we heard it again. Just as we were leaving for the second time, it sounded a lot closer now and faster, like they were moving toward us. We ran for the door, and this time with my firmly locking it behind us, hoping to keep whatever it was trapped inside, of course. After that, we refused to return to the house that evening until my dad came home. Still freaks me out to this day. I've had loads of other experiences, like touches and more footsteps and sounds of heavy doors slamming, glasses inexplicably breaking, even sightings of apparitions, which I'll share at a later date if you guys want. I'm also planning to do research into the history of the house, so hopefully I can find a possible explanation for this haunting. My home might be haunted. I often hear what sounds like people, and they're walking above my bed. The only issue is that I'm on the top floor apartment and have 2 floors to myself. I will also hear what sounds like people walking above me when downstairs. I have 3 cats and 1 dog. I always check to see where they are. My dog is always with me. I don't see the cats making this kind of noise. I was outside once with my dog, and oddly after watching a lot of spooky videos on YouTube, I saw a shadow person poke its arm out of the bush. Unless my neighbors are always dropping things and the walls are incredibly thin, I think my home is haunted. There's too many noises, too many weird cold and hot spots. I don't know if this is the right place to post this. How do I tell if there are spirits here? How do I go about engaging with them peacefully and learning? I once bought the Satanic Bible to read for information and wanted to see what was so appealing to the black metal bands that I read about. It sat in the same place every night when I would go to sleep. My pup never messed with it until I got to the chapter on how to sell your soul. I woke up to a shredded book. Good dog. so I'm hesitant to mess with these kinds of forces without guidance. There's so much to read online, I was hoping somebody could point me in the right direction. The Boy in the Closet. When I was 10, my family moved into a house that was the original train station for the town in the late 1800s. We had been there for about a week. Everything seemed normal for the most part. My parents didn't have a key for any of the interior doors because they required a skeleton key. I should point out that the layout of the house was strange because the only way to get into my parents' room was to go through my room. Anyway, one morning at breakfast, my dad was late waking up, but when he came to the table he started asking me who my friend was that stayed the night. I tried telling him that I didn't know anybody, but he was adamant that somebody slept over. I took my mom, and while I was trying to convince him that no one was in the house that night, my dad, who wasn't one to be scared of anything, turned pale and was completely uncomfortable. He told us that he saw a boy about my age walk out of his closet, so we got out of bed and followed him into my room, where the boy went into my closet and shut the door behind him. My dad said he knocked on the door lightly, told the boy to stay out of his bedroom, and then went back to bed. The problem with that story is that, well, we had just moved into that house. My parents had boxes stacked in front of their closet. The biggest issue, though, is that both closets couldn't have been opened in the first place because our landlord hadn't gotten us a skeleton key yet. To this day, he doesn't like to talk about that night. It still freaks him out. Years later, I did some research at the local library. Found like a little bit of newspaper that talked about a 9-year-old that died on the railroad tracks outside of the house. That was when it was still the railroad station. Thanks for still tuning in to Paranormal M. See ya. And the dogs, the cows, the geckos, and the birds appreciate you watching. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your gateway to the enigmatic. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and embark on a journey of discovery with us. We promise to keep you on the edge of your seat with our thrilling tales. One of my many ghost stories. Just for some background information, I grew up in a reservation where ghost activity was fairly common, and my grandmother's house is known to be one of the most haunted houses on the res. Okay, now into the story. When I was around 6 or 7, I was sleeping in the living room with my brother, and I was already passed out. My brother began to hear footsteps coming down from the stairs, the ones that led to the living room, and it was really late, so he was confused. Our living room didn't really have a wall toward the stairs. It was more like railings, so he'd be able to see who was coming down from the stairs before they made it all the way down. The footsteps made it all the way down the stairs, and there was no one there. We were often told that our passed-away grandfather would traverse the house at night, and he thought this was him. My brother tried his best to not get scared, and watching TV while the footsteps kept walking up and down the stairs. Eventually he woke me up, just as a way to comfort him, but we both sat there and listened. Then all of a sudden the footsteps bolted up the stairs and back down, repeating this at least 4 times before we heard the steps go all the way upstairs and all the doors starting to slam. This woke up my grandmother, and when she opened her door to see what was going on, it stopped. We explained to her everything that happened, and she believed us right away, like it already happened to her. Drinking with ghosts. I had a very scary experience a couple of years ago in Montana, and to this day, I can never quite figure out what happened. Summer of 2011, we just turned 21. One July weekend, my friend and I decided to go bar hopping. I was drinking and my friend wasn't, and she was driving, so she gambled a little bit. We left about 12 a.m. to go gas up and cruise around. At this point, I was pretty fucking wasted. So while she went inside to pay for gas, I stayed in the van. As I'm sitting there listening to music, this Native American man and woman come up to me and ask me where I'm headed. I tell them nowhere and that we live here in town. They then ask for a ride to their house, told me that they live in the country. I'm usually very cautious about people and never give rides to strangers. But for some reason I told them to hop in. They say thank you and hop in the back seat. My friend comes back and gasses up and then gets back in the driver's seat. We blast the music and head to the back roads where we usually cruise around when we don't want to run into cops. As we're driving, I kept telling my friend which way to go and get to the couple's house. She keeps asking me who the hell I'm talking about. I ignore her and send her the bottle that the couple was sharing with me. I'm just talking away to them, and about 30 minutes later, they tell me to pull into this dirt road. I tell my friend to stop and pull in. And that's all I remember. I wake up at 3:30 a.m. in a cold, pitch-black darkness. Our windows are down and our doors are open for some reason. I remember screaming at the top of my lungs for my friend to wake up. I scream at her to start the car and turn the lights on. When she turns the lights on, we're surrounded by nothing but trees and darkness. I look in the back seat and look around outside, but those people are nowhere to be found. There's also no houses where we stopped. I tell her, let's get the fuck out of here. The next day, I was still very terrified. I kept thinking about last night, wondering how she only took 2 shots that bottle had, and how that would make her pass out with me like that for 3 hours. My friend was pretty scared too. I told her what I remembered, asked her what happened or if she remembers anything. She said there was nobody in the car with us and was wondering who I kept talking to. But she does remember taking a few shots from that bottle, and then mysteriously popped up out of nowhere, and she doesn't remember anything after she pulled that car onto that dirt road. So the next day we go cruise the back roads and try to find the place where we dropped those people off. After driving a while, we hit this dead end and I start getting a little bit of a flashback. I remembered the sign that said no trespassing. The road and the way the trees were looking all very familiar. Then all of a sudden I get this very eerie feeling and start feeling sick to my stomach, so we leave. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, the same friend and I decided to get a bottle. We start cruising and decide to hit the back roads again so we don't get pulled over. My friend is driving and I start drinking. An hour or two have gone by and we're both totally drunk. I tell her to pull over because I need to pee. She stops and I go behind the van to pee, and I look over into the field and I see these red eyes staring at me. I pull my pants quickly, see the brake lights from the van and the van starting to drive away. I start chasing her and I slap the back window and she stops. When I get to the driver door, I opened it and asked my friend, "What the fuck are you doing?" She starts laughing and says, "You told me to go, so I did." I push her out of the driver's seat and climb in to drive. At this point, I'm scared sober, so we head home. The next day, she was acting weird and barely talking to me, so I decided to ask her why she was trying to drive off and leave me in the country last night. She told me that I was sitting in the passenger seat the whole time, and that I told her to go ahead and leave. Then all of a sudden, I was pounding on the back window of the van. She said when I looked at you in the passenger seat, your eyes were red. Be careful for what you wish for when at the cemetery. So back in 2019, I was pretty much depressed the whole year. Not really suicidal, but let's just say I stopped wearing a seatbelt, smoked 2 times the amount of cigarettes I normally would have. Didn't care much about my well-being for the most part. Due to this depression and things getting worse mentally, I did a lot of dumb things, supernatural-wise. I've always known to not speak to the dead, knowing that when you speak to one spirit, the rest can kind of hear you as well. I've always been extremely superstitious and believe in the paranormal or supernatural 100,000%. Anyways, I live next to a huge cemetery and drive by it every day since it's right across from my neighborhood. Due to my superstitions and believing that the dead can do things to us humans, especially things that we're not capable of, each day I would scream out of the window when passing the cemetery, begging for one of the spirits to get me into a car accident. This habit started November 2nd, I believe, so I did that each day while driving past the cemetery. Lo and behold, November 6th, I was driving to work at about 4:30 a.m. I go the same way every day. I was coming up to a red light. Out of nowhere, and I kid you not, this was literally out of fucking nowhere, I heard a loud honk from behind me. Was rear-ended by one of those big white RG&E trucks that fix telephone poles and stuff. Since I was at the red light, it basically pushed my car forward into the middle of the intersection. And once again, out of nowhere, I was T-boned by some random-ass old man in a van with his wife. I was driving an '05 Nissan Sentra at the time, completely wrecked. Literally demolished, and I had not one scratch on me at all. My knees were extremely bruised. I have no idea how that happened, but that was pretty much it. This also happened literally on the main road coming out from my neighborhood about a mile down from that cemetery. There are never any cars this early in the morning. Maybe one, but even that's rare for the most part. Also, while I was talking to the old man, they lived in a town literally 40 fucking minutes away and were driving to the park. The whole story is so weird, and it honestly kind of creeps me out. But yeah, I was in an extremely bad financial situation also, and was stuck without a car for quite a bit. When I was driving by the cemetery, begging to be in an accident, I meant that I wanted it to be fatal. So I think whichever spirit heard me or whatever wanted to mess with me or something. I don't know. Take it as you will. Maybe this was an extremely weird coincidence, but if not, always remember to be careful what you wish for when speaking to the dead. Weird encounters in the forest. So about 2 years ago, I was hanging out around with a group of mates in a small forest. Now, we've done this more than once, and never really had anything weird happen, except on 2 separate occasions. The first encounter we had was a weird formation of stars slowly moving around in the sky in a triangle, and within a span of 2 seconds, going incredibly fast, moving out of our view. All 7 saw this, so I know it wasn't my imagination. Now, the second encounter freaked us out the most. This happened at exactly the same location as where we saw the star formation. We were just casually hanging around the midsummer, and around 2:30 out of the blue I saw someone standing near us. Now, I should point out that he was standing behind one of my friends who I just talked to 3 seconds ago. Everything about this guy struck me as off-putting. I should point out that it was about 30 centigrade at the time. But this guy was wearing clothes you wear in Siberia during the winter. He also wore sunglasses despite it being nighttime. Now, the moment I saw him, I instantly felt an intense feeling of dread. The other felt this exact feeling as well, by the way. I asked him what the fuck he was doing here, and he just said, listening. After he said that he was moving a couple of meters, but there was something really wrong with the way that he moved, as it looked like this guy glided over the ground. Now, because he got closer, I told him to stay the fuck back, and he just looked at me. That moment, my fight or flight kicking in hard as I got the feeling that this guy was a genuine threat, so I got ready to defend myself if he attacked us. But just a second or two after he looked at me, he just vanished. Like we were all looking at him, and one moment he was there, the other he wasn't there anymore. After our initial confusion, we decided that we should book it out of there. We ran as fast as possible out of the forest. Now, just a few notes. We didn't use any substances that could influence what we were experiencing. We didn't consume any drugs, alcohol, or something else. We also all remember well what happened that day. We are all quite well known with that forest, and because it's quite small, we've been everywhere in there, and never have we found any signs of homeless people living in there. Or gliding ones, I bet. I need help. To begin, you must understand the background to this event. I'm from England in the UK, and I live in a city called Bristol. If you're in UK primary school, you often go on a camping trip in your final year, year 6, which makes you like age 10 or 11. Now, this camping trip is usually to a safe and secure location, which is often used by many other primary schools. In my school's case, we went to PGL, Parents Get Lost, Swindon, which is around an hour or so coach journey away from my primary school at that time. Now, this is a very secure and safe location used by hundreds of schools, and my school as well, plenty of times. It's full of various activities such as abseiling, giant swings, den building, etc. It's a great experience to stay in a room with all your mates from primary school and away from your parents, despite teacher supervision at all times. Now, one thing to note about Swindon PGL site is that there is a main complex which is brand new, which is home to the canteen and hundreds of school quote-unquote hotel rooms. However, our school was given a building to the side which was an old converted farmhouse. The teachers loved this. However, as it could only fit one school inside, which was ours, so there was no noise from all the other noisy schools if you were staying in the main new area. Boys' rooms are on the ground floor with girls' rooms above it on the first. The farmhouse seemed slightly daunting to our 10-year-old selves, but we didn't care as we were happy to be on holiday and in our rooms with our friends. Each day you'd be given a camp leader, essentially a PGL staff member, and they would take you to these cool and exciting activities during the day, such as den building or kayaking. So on this day, we'd get into our groups that we were put in beforehand, and I was with a few of my mates and a few people in my class with 2 of my teachers, and of course the PGL staff member. We were then told what task that we'd be given today. And out of all the fun activities, we were given the nature trail. What a load of rubbish. Anyway, as the site is fairly small, all of the activities are all within a kind of relatively close location to one another. For example, there's a thin stretch of woodland area surrounding the inner center of the main field in a square shape. In the center of this field are various activities as well as the Swindon Town Football Club training facilities. They seem to share land with the PGL camp, presumably due to its secure and low-key nature that was constantly monitored too. Anyhow, we made our way to the nature trail, which was going to be completed around the square field through the woodland area. I remember all of us being really bored as we just wanted to do the fun activities that my mates were doing, Yet, we were stuck on the nature trail. We headed down this fairly wooded area, but with a very large path down the middle which easily fit the whole group of us on. And of course, to our right through the trees, we could see the glimpses of fun activities in the center of that square field. Yet, as we stared down this large wooded path, it was empty with only a glimpse at the very far end of a large metal fence with barbed wire on top to ensure boundaries were secure and no visitors could get into the PGL camp or the Swindon Town FC training facilities. We carry on down the path, stopping every so often for our PGL staff member to tell us some stupid fact, when suddenly a dog appears at the very far end of the trail. The dog begins to run around the trees surrounding us on either side, and even coming very close to the group, but not touching us. All the girls go, "Aw," in delight of this dog. Yet it seemed strange, despite being a normal-sized dog, it seemed to be able to go through the trees as if it was invisible. Furthermore, although the lighting was darker due to it being a wooded area, visibility was still very good, but the dog seemed to be as if it was dark like a shadow. As the dog is still running around the group and everyone's in awe at this dog, the PGL staff member seemed confused as if the dog shouldn't be here. Remember, this is a secure location for our children's camp and training facilities for Swindon Town FC only. That is when at the very bottom of the path, a figure of a man appeared maybe 50 meters from the group. And I still remember this in great detail. This man, just like the dog, was a dark black shadow. The man was dressed in full farmer's gear as if he was from the 1900s. Although, he was a shadow that you could make the outline of a farmer's cap, large boots and wellies, and a large trench coat. The whole group was fixated on him, and even the PGL staff member said, "What's he doing here? Shouldn't be here." Then just like that, he puts on his hands to his mouth, and as he was whistling, but no sound was coming out. Then just like that, both him and the dog vanished in plain sight, right in front of all of our eyes. I still remember all me and my two mates sprinting down the path to look for the man, thinking that he may have just turned the corner. Maybe it was all our imaginations. Just to reiterate, this is an enclosed and secure space, and the forest is very small with the large field being in plain sight to our right, and the other side being fenced off as there's a road outside the campsite. Anyhow, we turn the corner, we find the den building activity with a few of my other schoolmates who are on this activity, and I remember asking my friend, "Do you see a man and his dog?" They replied, "No one's coming this way." This experience was very strange and was witnessed by everyone in my nature trail group. I have no idea what it was, but I presume it was an old farmer of the land in a ghost form. I have no idea how the dog was also a ghost and disappeared on his whistle in front of all of our eyes. All I can guess is that it was a ghost sighting. Yet, I have never heard of any shadow sort of ghost sightings, and it was my only paranormal sort of experience. My dad has also seen a ghost, and I've heard one or two other people who've also believed to see one. Yet none to what was compared to me and my mate's sighting, at least. This happened around 2012 when we were all like 10 or 11. Yet, the PGL staff members saw it as well as my two teachers. They were all confused as to what we saw. I just came to this Reddit to try to get some sort of answers on what it may have been, as I know for a fact that what we all saw, it'll just live with me forever. It was really unexplainable. It was not a scary experience, but rather a weird one which has led me to more questions than anything. Someone whispered my name this morning. So I have a son that's 6 months old. We're struggling to get enough sleep these days. Mostly because he's a reckless little dude. Anyway, he woke up at like 6:30 this morning. So I went to the living room to try to help him get back to sleep without bothering my girlfriend. Super tired at this point, so I lay down on the couch with him, hoping he'll get tired and maybe sleep for another hour. He doesn't. After about 30 minutes, he gets grumpy, so I put him on the baby nest next to me and... Baby nest? Okay. I lay down on the couch again, and suddenly out of nowhere I can hear a strange whisper calling my name. The sound is loud and clear, like when a sound is played in reverse. It was weird and super creepy. Sat up on the couch, goosebumps all over my body, looking around the dark living room trying to find the source. I first thought it was my girlfriend, but she never whispers my name like that. She always calls me babe. She was sleeping. My boy is looking at me. Did he hear it too? I told my girlfriend this, and she believed me instantly. She woke up several times that night with this feeling of someone watching us. It's not the first time she tells me this either. I say it's her being overprotective, but after this morning, I'm not so sure what to believe. I've experienced a few strange episodes with stuff disappearing and reappearing, chandeliers swinging, light flickering and cracking noises, but I've always blamed it on the wind, temperature change, bad light bulbs, and the like. I've always been fascinated with ghosts and paranormal activities, but never really been responsive enough to experience anything physical or specific like seeing, hearing, or feeling until today. Anyone else experience this? I can still hear the whisper in my head. God damn. Simon says go home. When I was about 12, my younger sister and I were friends with another family in the neighborhood, the Andersons. They had 3 kids. Erica was my age, Simon was their 10-year-old son, and Katie was their 7-year-old daughter. We lived in a lake community and spent most of our summers at the beach with our neighbors. It was nice. Our parents were also friendly with the Andersons, and we would have barbecue together at the time. One day my dad swung by the Andersons' house to pick up the 3 kids. That way we could go to the beach with me and my sister, or my sister and I, whatever works. Their mother, Cindy, was home by herself while her husband was at work. We were only at the beach for about 45 minutes when all of a sudden Simon turns white as a sheet and grabs his stomach. He says to us, "Something isn't right." Then looks at his sister Erica and says, "We need to go home right now." We thought he meant he was feeling sick and might throw up, so we tried to convince him to go to the beach house bathroom, because of course we wanted to stay at the lake. He adamantly refused, saying he wasn't going to be sick. He just felt something was really wrong. He was clutching at his chest and abdomen and breathing super very fast. We finally went over to my dad and asked if we could drive us back to the Andersons' house because Simon wasn't feeling well. We all piled back into the car, sad to be leaving, but also worried about Simon. As we drove back to the house, Simon was growing more agitated in the car, begging my dad to please hurry because he needed to get home. The beach was only a few minutes away, so we arrived at the house quickly. Simon ran up ahead of us inside and made a beeline for the bathroom. We thought he was hurrying because he had to throw up, but it turns out something much worse was happening in that house. We followed him inside. When Simon pushed open the door to the bathroom, his mother Cindy was leaning over the sink. Empty pill bottles were strewn around her on the counter. She was hysterically crying. Apparently, she had planned to kill herself while we were at the beach. She wrote a note and taped it to the bathroom door, basically telling her kids not to come inside the bathroom and to call their father. From what I recall, she had emptied and downed 2 to 3 bottles of heavy-duty prescriptions. We called 911 and the ambulance rushed her to the hospital, where they had to pump her stomach and monitor her carefully. She survived thanks to her son's gut feeling. He'd never had the sensation before to my knowledge, and I have no clue how he or what was going on at his house. All I know is that his persistence and intuition saved his mom's life. That's awesome. That feeling on the stairs. Has anyone ever got the feeling when going up the stairs that there's something behind you, but nothing going down the stairs? In my hometown, a small little town in southeast Idaho, where I basically grew up, we had a house, and I swear there was something there, but only when I was going up. Despite whatever ability or whatnot to scare or sap paranormal stuff away, it was always there. When I went up to the stairs, never had a problem going down the stairs. Now there was a problem at night when looking down. So when I was younger, I would never go down at night, scared to all hell of the dark and all. It isn't really the feeling of somebody in the closet or under the bed though. Though the closet is a whole other bag of worms altogether. That feeds into a phobia I have of small, dark spaces. Anyhow, back to the story, I've never felt the same way about any other set of stairs in my life. Even old and creepy steps, they never bothered me like the ones in my own home. For context, the stairs in question are an inside set of steps that go down about 8 to 12 steps to a landing, then turn to the left one step down into the basement. Be it night or day, it always felt like something was behind me on the way up, and at night, there was something down there. Nobody believed me. This was a long time ago. I was around 13 or 14 years old. So my brothers had this cool friend, and every time he would go, I would ask to go with. Well, this one time we were hanging out. He was telling this story about some fire that happened a long time ago. I don't remember much about it, but he said that whoever's here, it's a man that would appear at night at your window. I didn't think much about it at the time because he liked to joke around. After we got home, I started thinking about it though. Like, how would a man just appear out of nowhere and be at your window? I laughed it off, thinking it was stupid. So that night I woke up suddenly because I needed to use the bathroom. Well, my bed was under the window but facing toward the door, so I was able to see lights from cars. For a moment, I saw the light of a car pass, then in between a shadow of a man. I freaked out and laid there thinking it was all in my head. Nope. Again, the light of a car, then the shadow. The shadow looked like it had been an old cowboy hat and wore a trench coat of some kind. Well, terrified, I lay there motionless. Each time a car passed, the shadow of a man was still there. After the sun started going up, the shadow began to disappear. Then I got a little courageous, see if I could see him. Well, I did. I caught a glimpse of him. I yelled and yelled for my parents. They came into my room, turned on the light, and asked me what was wrong. I told them that a man was staring at me from the window. My dad looked at the window and said there's no one there. I kept telling them that he was there, but they didn't believe me. Even when my brother came into my room, he said that I was just scared of the story his friend told us. Nobody believed me. I kept seeing him for a few nights and suddenly he vanished. No longer saw him, and to this day, nobody's ever believed me. A spirit of an old man chained up in her basement. This was back in 2005, when I was 10 years old and still lived in my old neighborhood. My house was very creepy. You would see things out of the corner of your eye and see shadows moving. Well, this is about the corner room of the basement where the old spirit was. I never really cared about seeing the shadows in the house because I was sleeping upstairs sharing a room with my brother, so I thought I'd be safe. Then he started to sleep in the basement, so I followed him down there. He didn't let me share the room, so I took the corner right next to him. One day I was taking a nap and then woke up all suddenly, but I didn't think anything of it, so I went back to the bathroom and did my business. I came back to my room and I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw myself on my bed, sleeping. I didn't come to grips with it until I heard chains moving. I looked toward the end of my bed and saw an old man chained up. Looked like he was trying to talk to me, but I started to scream. Then I felt being pulled, like being pulled myself and back to my body. I woke up screaming. My parents came downstairs and came into my room and asked me what was wrong. I told them about what happened. The look on my mother's face had basically confirmed that it wasn't a dream. She had told me the exact same thing had happened to her, but thought it was a dream. Now that we both had the same thing happen to us, she called a friend to see if it was a dream or not. My friend's mom had a gift. She could see things others couldn't, and sometimes astral project. Well, as soon as she walked into my room, she gasped. She could see the old man chained up by the bed. She went to him and started asking him why he was chained up. Apparently, he was chained up by some white people back in the 50s because he was a black man. He died by starvation and dehydration. The lady came and told us that, well, all we needed was to call a priest and to bless the house, and everything would be fine. The week after a priest came in and started to bless the whole house, my mom's friend went back to the room. The old man was gone. Needless to say, never slept in that room again. The Shadow Man. Growing up, me, a 25-year-old female, lived with my mom, dad, and 2 older brothers. We lived in a house that was built in the mid-70s, maybe early 80s. We always felt there was something more to that house. I would always talk about someone. I would call it the Shadow Man. My first experience with this entity was when I was about 5 or 6. I'd woken up at night to use the bathroom, which was located in the exact center of a long hallway, and that led to the living room and kitchen and stuff. I opened my door and stepped out. I remember feeling terrified, staring at the darkened hallway. Everyone was asleep, and the house was dark. It was probably close to 3 a.m. I could see this tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hallway watching me. I was frozen with fear. My dad was pretty tall himself, like 6'4", but was pretty heavy too. This thing was as tall as the ceiling and skinny with long arms. The thing crouched down to my level and charged at me. I screamed, woke everyone up. I was so scared I refused to sleep alone for nearly a year. So one night when I was about 7, I was sleeping on the love seat that my parents had in their bedroom. It was located by the door to the hallway and parallel to the master bathroom. I woke up, my body was numb, and I couldn't move. Couldn't talk. I could only stare. This was my very first experience with sleep paralysis. I laid on the couch staring at the tall, skinny, dark figure that stood in front of the bedroom door by my feet. I tried to call for my dad, but I couldn't. I was stuck. I felt like I was suffocating. Suddenly, my dad yells out, and he sleep-talked a lot. "Leave her alone. Get out." I quickly sit up and jump from the couch to my parents' bed, waking both of them up. I laid between my parents trying to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I could see the Shadow Man walk from the door to the bathroom and then to the closet located next to my dad. My dad started mumbling like he was having a nightmare and suddenly woke up. Got up to use the bathroom, but before he did, he opened and turned on the closet light. He thought I was sleeping, but really I was wide awake. So, through the course of about 11 years, I would wake up about a few minutes before 3 a.m. in sleep paralysis, and he would always be there, hanging out in the corner of the dark room that I was in. It didn't happen all the time, but enough to have me scared of the dark until my teen years. So fast forward to my sophomore year of high school. We had since moved out of that house, hadn't seen or dreamt about the Shadow Man in years. So one night I sneak out with some friends, went to this abandoned house on my friend's street. We take acid, and my friend starts spray painting on the walls. I was feeling my trip. We were jamming out, smoking a joint. Suddenly got that chill. The one that told me that he was there. I don't remember most of my trip, so, well, sorry about that, but I do remember seeing the Shadow Man poking his head out from around the corner, and I screamed. My friends made fun of me the next day, telling me that I was freaking out because the Shadow Man was watching. After that, I hadn't seen or felt him. I met my fiancé. We moved in together and all was happy. It had been years since that night, and I thought to myself, finally, he fucked off. So one night this happened last year. My fiancé and I moved her bed to the living room. We did this a lot because we would always sort of pass out in the living room watching TV or movies. We were sleeping and I had this dream that I was sleeping in my old room. I turned to look at my fiancé and he was in my bed, sound asleep, trying to get up and was hit with sleep paralysis. I tried to stay calm as I knew I was dreaming and I would wake up soon, until I glanced at the corner. There he was, standing, watching. I felt so scared I couldn't breathe. I looked back at the ceiling, telling myself to wake up. I could see the ceiling of my apartment, but the walls of my bedroom were just, well, I was trying desperately to nudge my fiancé to wake him up, but I was frozen and felt intense pressure all over. Finally, after what felt like hours, I was able to move my hand, just a smudge, touch his back. The second my hand made contact with him, I was snapped back into reality and sat up gasping and whimpering. The last incident to happen was about 2 months ago. I was sleeping, started dreaming that I was in a taxi going somewhere. I couldn't see the taxi driver. He was just a mass of pitch black. The taxi suddenly went off the road and headed toward the woods. I tried to get out, but the driver reached back and placed his hand in the center of my chest. I opened my eyes and I could still see the taxi in the trees, but behind that was my bedroom. The figure was turned and staring at me with his hand still on my chest, pinning me in place. I was freaking out. Now my bedroom was more visible, but I was still stuck. I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, my whole body still asleep, but my mind and eyes were wide awake. I started to whisper and whimper. My fiancé turned and threw his arm over me. Started crying when he did because the pressure intensified. The dark figure was leaning closer and closer until we hit a tree. When we did, I shot up, gasping and crying. He woke up instantly and was trying to calm me down. I was terrified. I was able to go back to sleep after an hour or so. And after that, to this day, I still see a smudge of darkness pass by out of the corner of my eye. Ghost in the house. When I was little, my family and I lived in this small house on the outskirts of Houston. The way the house was laid out was you would have to walk in from the front door, and to the left was the kitchen and breakfast nook. Forward was the living room with the dining area behind it, and to your right was a long hallway that led to my two brothers' rooms. My parents' room and then my room. My mom raised us Catholic and blessed her house regularly. My dad as well was very superstitious. The house itself was somewhat old, being built in like the 60s or 70s. Anyways, my first experience in this house happened when I was around 5, maybe 6. Since I was born, I always had my own room, and my two brothers shared a room, which was right next to mine. One night I woke up to needing to pee really bad. The bathroom was located right in the center of the long-ass hallway. In the middle of the night, so the hallway was pitch black, the only light source was my series of nightlights. I stood at the end of the hallway staring toward the living room. I remembered a feeling of intense fear and seeing a tall, dark figure crouch down and move toward me. I screamed, waking literally every person in the house. That night and about a year after, I always slept in my parents' room. As the years went by, my older brother and I started to experience things that nobody else except our family dog seemed to notice. It was always little things. Doors would open and slam shut. TV would turn off and on, and you could hear walking in the attic. My dad would try to explain to us that the footsteps in the attic were just from raccoons. Being kids, we believed it was raccoons, because why would Dad lie about it? Found out years later he only told us that to keep us and himself from getting scared. So one day my mom and dad were at work. They were leaving for my two big brothers and myself alone in the house. My brothers were outside playing basketball. I was inside watching TV. I was about 8 or 9 at the time. The TV randomly switched to the static channel. I flipped the channel back to what I was watching, ignoring the sudden creep of fear crawling up my spine. The TV switched back again and I turned it off. From where I was sitting, I could almost see the end of the hallway and felt that something was there. In my brother's room, I got up and walked down the hallway and stared down at my brother's door. The doorknob turned and I froze. I was the only one inside the house, yet I felt I wasn't alone. The door cracked open, and when it did, I felt like the hallway darkened. I bolted outside to get my brothers. I told them what happened, and when they went inside to check it out, I remembered both of them running out and telling me that we're going to go play basketball until our parents got home. About a year later was the scariest moment shared by my brother and I. We had a sudden falling out with my dad's side of the family. My grandma was sick and dying at the time, which was causing a lot of animosity in my family. One night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing a creepy face in my closet, which was keeping me from being able to turn the light off and go to sleep. I had this sudden feeling that I needed to look outside. I slept underneath a window that overlooked the backyard. My brother had the same window in their room. I sum up all my courage. I glance out the window. It was in the middle of the night, and the backyard was lit only by moonlight. However, we had a yellow slide that stuck out even in the darkness. I stared out for a little bit until I noticed something sitting on the slide. The figure on the slide had its knees drawn up with its arms wrapped around its legs. Long bird-like wings with a long beak. The figure was so dark, so pitch black, it stood out even in the darkness of the backyard. The thing opened its eyes, which were blood red, and lifted its head quickly to stare at the window next to mine, where my brother was. And after about a minute, it slowly turned to stare at my window. When it did, I felt a sharp icicle going through my soul. I screamed for my dad. He went outside to look and nothing was there. That morning, my dad got the call that my grandma had passed away in the night. After that day, things on my dad's side went from bad to ugly. Old, horrible secrets came out. My brother started to act out while I became more timid and sleep-deprived. It wasn't until years later, when we had moved to another house and were practically grown, that we spoke about that night. We were smoking a blunt, talking about scary things that happened in our old house. Like my dad would wake up to something standing over him a lot, and he would hear things in the attic. Spooky shit. I told him about the demon bird thing, and he turned super pale. He explained in detail what the creature looked like. Things that I never told my parents. It clicked to me that whatever that thing was made direct eye contact with my brother. When it turned to stare at me, I screamed. My other brother tried to tell us that we were just fucked up and watched too many scary stories. But I know what I saw, and what he saw too. I haven't had too many paranormal encounters after that, just a few here and there. But I'll always think back to that one night. That one scary-ass night. I still wonder, nearly 20 years have passed since I saw that creature, what it was and why it was in her backyard. Ghost at the Guard Shack. So for those of you who didn't read my other thread, I was a security contractor for 4.5 years. Worked both stateside and overseas. Most of our stateside contracts has us doing what some would describe as military police duties, just on a private level. So we do have an access control patrolling respond like 911 calls on the facility grounds. Most of these locations are pretty rural, located in the western half of the United States. The kind of places you see on stars at night. Or the kind of places you can still see the stars at night. This event happened in 2015 around May. Probably one of the most what-the-fuck moments of my career at that point. Myself and another contractor who I mentioned in the previous post, who I then called Tim, but who I'll now refer to as T. We were manning an entry point, to a facility located approximately 4 miles away behind us. In front of us was approximately 2 miles of semi-flat barren ground ended only by some hills. Behind us was the perimeter fence, approximately 9 feet high, topped with barbed wire, with the earth behind that matched the earth in front of us. So, on a sunny day or night, with bright enough light, you could easily see 1,500 in any direction with little to no concealment to anything larger than an extremely small animal. We sheltered in a small 12 by 8 foot shack. It was powered with electricity, and it had running water. The front and side windows could be popped out, kind of upwards allowing fresh air in. So it's about 02:20 in the morning, sitting at around 60 degrees. T and I decided to turn the lights off both inside and outside of the shack, so we could see the landscape better. It was a moonless night, slightly cloudy. The kind of night perfect for camping, but it was dark, and I mean like beyond 75 feet you couldn't really see anything beside lights off in the extremely far distance. As we sat there waiting for nothing, liking posts on social media, we both distinctly heard what sounded like a large quadrupedal animal approaching the shack. Found this pretty odd. Well, neither of us had been briefed on anything like this occurring at this specific facility we were guarding. As we both turned around and began to look out the windows, neither of us could see anything, but it got louder, almost like it was getting closer. At this point, you'd expect to see at least an outline of something because it sounded like it was easily within 50 feet of us. But nothing. Hush. We both were confused and justifiably concerned. Neither of us talked, we just listened and communicated with our concerned looks. This is what really fucks with my head, and his, to this day. The closer it got, the slower the steps got, and eventually it sounded like it went from being quadrupedal to bipedal. I'm talking it sounded like someone was now within 10 feet of our shack, casually walking around it. Believing our eyes to be deceiving us, we used the lights on our rifles to begin illuminating the area, searching our respective sectors looking for anything. These lights were bright. The beams easily reached out 250 feet, not leaving much to the imagination, and yet, nothing, not a single thing or a person. But yet, once we turned the lights off, the footsteps continued. I would have bet money I was dreaming if I was alone, but I wasn't. I had someone with me confirming that what I was experiencing was real. We began to talk amongst ourselves. Night vision. Since we're working at a night post, we're directed to bring our issued night vision goggles with us. So we use those, start scanning. We literally can't see a damn thing, but we can still hear the footsteps. At this point, we actually are so concerned for our safety that we request help. In the meantime, we leave the shack, helmets on, night vision on, and search the immediate area. It's important to note that the night vision provided less long-distance vision than the flashlights. We disengaged the ENVGs and went back to flashlights. I mean, we searched, kicked over rocks, tapped our feet on divots, seeing if there was maybe a secret hatch. Nothing. It took our backup 20 minutes to arrive in the form of 2.5 asleep supervisors on an ATV. We kind of agreed to make something up, anything reasonable. We heard those footsteps for roughly 15 minutes in total, and I honestly don't know what it could have been. I worked that shack like 4 times before then, and a handful of times after. Nothing similar ever happened. Wartime ghost stories. So without giving too much detail, I did a 4.5-year stint as a security contractor for a company which is pretty well known and well regarded in the industry. During the 2014 invasion of the Crimean Peninsula, after it was determined Russian contractors were being used to invade the peninsula, a certain worldwide organization decided to be cheeky and send contractors of its own. And I, an 18-year-old only a few months out of this company's boot camp, was sent along with a sizable force of other contractors. Our primary mission was to slow any progress the Russians made. This was while evacuating towns and villages of pro-Ukrainian residents who were susceptible to execution and other horrendous acts, and our loyalty was discovered anyway. Now, I only was there for 6 miserable weeks, and neither of these stories are my own, but sources are very reliable people, and I trust that they wouldn't lie about such things. So the first one I'll tell is of Platoon 62. Platoon 62 comprised of 2 squads of 12 men each, and were solely tasked with evacuation duties. According to the 2 people who had told me what happened, P-62 had called in approximately 1,445 hours, 14:45, being 2:45 p.m., by the way, and notified command that they had encountered heavy incoming fire and they'd been seeking an alternate route to their destination. They reported no casualties. At 14:52, they called in again and advised that the one truck had been hit by an explosive and that the vehicle was immobile. They said they'd be dismounting, moving to another vehicle. Reported that all 5 occupants had been injured but were able to move on their own. Multiple attempts to reach them fail after this. 2 hours go by. Then the last call from them came in saying that they had all been wounded, some dead, and that they needed medevac. 60 additional contractors forming the QRF were sent to assist on the first sign of trouble at 14:45. And at approximately 1800 they had finally arrived, only to find all 24 dead in varying locations. So here's where the paranormal begins. The locals state that a firefight had in fact started at around 14:45. It apparently ended after about an hour with the attackers making an aggressive push on the 2 squads they had ambushed. The locals state that they had gone out and checked on the contractors after the attackers had left and found several who were still alive. But life-saving attempts failed shortly after. Most had been hit by gunfire and shrapnel multiple times. Fearing the attacking forces would return, the locals left. The locals were adamant that they had checked all 24 and that all had passed away before they had left. So who called in saying they needed medevac? It's possible somebody living, and maybe they didn't realize that he was still alive, and he just sort of kept himself alive long enough to call for help. It's entirely possible the locals lied, or my fellow contractors lied, but regardless, I do know this. Platoon 62, not their real call sign by the way, they were lost on that date, and that time all 24 were killed in an ambush because they'd gone down a road we knew had been mapped out for ambushes. We know most of their equipment was damaged in the ambush, including most comms, and that the official information release states that there were signs indicating somebody had tried to save a few of them. Regardless of what happened, whether or not that last call for medevac ever came in, we lost 24 great guys that day, just trying to save lives. Task Force Blitz. Task Force Blitz, or TF Blitz, or just Blitz as we called it. It was a slowdown task force formed to do as mentioned above, and that was to slow down any advancement made by the Russians. Comprised of 150 contractors, it was formed early on, but my squad wasn't attacked until I had been in the country for about 3 weeks. None of this matters to the story, it just provides some background. It was not uncommon to be given maps that were heavily outdated, or that were not completed, leading to some confusion when we stumbled upon roads or villages that weren't marked on our maps. Also, it's important to note that GPS was working, but due to the weather at the time, most of our GPS units weren't functioning properly, or at least reliably. Hence why we relied on maps. While en route to the assignment, the units in the front of our column reported a small cluster of approximately 20 houses and buildings. These were approximately half of a mile east from the road that we were on. Of course, our maps didn't show this village. It was decided early on that since we couldn't confirm previous teams had searched this village, that we had to search it again. And so, my squad of 10 and another of 10 dismounted and approached, joined by 2 armed interpreters. My squad approached from the southwest, the other from the northwest. Maintaining comms while approaching, we identified a gas station. About 15 total homes and apartment buildings, what looked to be a government-type building and 3 buildings I couldn't possibly identify. So little by little we clear each building. Unfortunately, we find a few deceased people along the way. Thorough searches on our end find nothing. As we're wrapping up, the other squad comes out with 2 children and a dog. All 3 appear to be emaciated. Our medevacs began treatment, and we established like a defensive perimeter, waited for an evacuation platoon to come. The children were picked up, and we carried on. Later on, I got to talk to the guys who found the children and the dog, and this is where the paranormal begins. While clearing out one of the apartment buildings, the member of the other squad who found them, who I'll call David, and Tom, and Paul, and Tom. Excuse me, there's so many letters. The members of the other squad who found them, who I'll call David, the interpreter, Tom, and Paul. Tom and Paul were point, while David covered the rear. All 3 encountered a locked apartment door. Tom and Paul confirmed the door handle was locked and the door was firm in the closed position, so they prepared to breach it with a halogen. That's when the door simply popped open before we could even get the bar in the door jamb. Inside, they heard what they perceived as an elongated whisper, which David stated was loud enough for him to determine that it was something said in Ukrainian. He just couldn't confirm what exactly was said. They proceeded to hold their positions until additional contractors came. They entered the apartment, searched, and found the 2 kids and dog in the living room closet, covered by several items of thick clothing. A woman was found down in the hallway in the bedroom. She had been deceased for several days, if not a week at that point. Her injury is believed to be a result of a brutal assault. After the fact, before hearing the story, it was confirmed an evac platoon had visited this village about 5 days before, followed by 2 days later by another task force. Neither reported finding the children or woman when clearing the village, though it was determined later on members of that evac platoon committed crimes against women and children, and the time frame of when they were there lines up with their death. What stands out is the locked door. They confirmed amongst themselves that it was locked, and they were willing to risk any element of surprise both to that apartment, everybody that they hadn't cleared, break the door down before it simply popped open. I will say Tom and I worked together several times after our time in Ukraine, and he established himself as a great contractor, and he exhibited a great moral character. I know from my time with him that he wouldn't feed into a lie, so I truly believe this happened. As far as truly knowing why the door popped open, I believe that woman in the afterlife waited for her kids to greet them as they crossed over, knowing that she couldn't save them, and did her best to protect them by locking the door when she saw her boys coming down the hallway. Perhaps she realized they were different. Perhaps she took a chance, hoping they'd save her kids. Regardless, the last I heard, only the dog passed away, so she can rest knowing that we saved them. When I stayed in the oldest building in Zurich, Switzerland, on tour with my band. Back in October of 2017, my band and I were in the middle of our 2-week-long European tour. It was a great experience. However, what experience there will probably be with me is the rest of my life. In fact, it's something I can't rationalize or explain to myself. Anyway, here's some backstory. There were 5 of us driving around Europe in a Honda Jazz, all the way from Scotland, plus musical equipment and clothes. Some venues, including this one, would offer accommodations and food on top of our fee, which was amazing. And you can imagine, after being in a cramped condition on the road for 9 hours at a time, we weren't really wanting to turn anything like that down. After our gig, some of the band wanted to go out and see the local nightlife, whereas myself, I just wanted to lie down, relax, and just browse the internet. As we were coming to the end of the tour, and I was in need of some downtime, we were led up to our room, which was above the bar, which we assumed would be a very basic room with a bed and a bathroom, and that led us into one of the most modern Airbnbs I've ever stayed in. It was super clean, super high-tech, 2 big massive bedrooms with a king-sized bed and a shower and a jacuzzi bath, massive kitchen, beautiful wooden floors. I decided to sleep on the floor of the living room and kitchen. That was on my blow-up mattress, which was pretty open-planned, and the linking communal room, the linking communal room to the bedrooms and bathrooms. As my bandmates were getting ready to go out in town, I saw a leaflet in the kitchen table that said this building had been around since 1260, which was a pretty incredible thing, as you'll never know the building and bar had been renovated to the point that you didn't really see any of the old designs anymore. So, I said goodbye to my bandmates, as one of them mentioned they were going to have a bath when they got back. I shrugged it off and asked them to be quiet and try not to wake me, as my bed was real close to all the doors as it was in the middle of the communal room. After they had left, I turned over and went to sleep pretty quickly. I woke to the sound of a dripping tap. It was pretty dark, but my eyes adjusted fast. The lights of the city were coming through the cracks in the blinds. My first reaction was being mad at my bandmate for not turning the taps off properly after he had a bath. Turns out later that he never ended up having one, by the way. I turned over and saw it was 3:30 a.m. on the wall clock. I threw the blankets over my head and closed my eyes again. Then it happened. What almost felt like a large weight come down on the bottom left corner of my bed. You've ever been in a bouncy castle, and when weight's distributed from one side and inflates the opposite side? Except this launched me about an inch into the air. This was the first time I had felt real sobering fear, like an ice shock down my spine, probably the adrenaline in hindsight. I remember I stopped breathing. My heart was racing and it was silent in the room. I felt it again, this time less abrupt, more like a kid nudging you for attention. I remember thinking, this isn't your mind, this is actually happening. Terrified, I threw the blankets off of me and looked down toward the foot of my bed. Didn't see anything at first until I looked further back beyond the dining room table, which maybe 2 feet from the foot of my bed I noticed a shape. I blinked several times to be sure, but I swear I saw a girl with no face and long hair down to her feet. She was about 5'6", pale as anybody could be, and she almost looked sodden, as if she had been in the rain. I tried to scream, but I couldn't, and I threw the blanket over myself and told myself to go to sleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, I saw one of my bandmates sitting at the dining room table with some work on his laptop. I was so relieved that it was daytime. I sprang up immediately and told him what happened. Of course, half asleep and ranting of a ghost, he told me that it was a dream and to calm down. My other bandmate, Gary, who had slept in one of the bedrooms, woke up and joined us. He looked pale as a sheet. I asked him if he was okay, but assumed he was just hungover from last night's antics. When we had packed all of our things, 2 of the boys went and got the car, while Gary and I minded our belongings in the lobby over a cigarette and coffee. I asked Gary how he slept. Before I could say anything, he replied, "Mate, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." I stared at him for a couple seconds and asked what had happened, thinking it was a bar story or a funny story, perhaps. I couldn't have been more wrong. Let's also state that Gary and I are skeptics, which doesn't mean that we don't believe in ghosts, just that we are the type of people that need proof before blindly believing anything. He began to tell me in the middle of the night someone had gotten into bed with him. He had awoken to the feeling of a blanket lifting up and somebody sliding in next to him. He told me that while he was too petrified to move or call out, and he just tried to make himself fall asleep like I did. He never had the bath he intended to take. So that explained why he looked pale white when he woke up. He wasn't intending to tell anyone because it sounded so unbelievable. We stared at each other for a while and said that he'd never sleep another night in Zurich. My dad grew up in an old hospital. My dad grew up in a small town in Vermont. His childhood home was an old hospital that had been renovated into a house. He's told me quite a few stories of unexplainable things that happened there. This one, however, is probably the most bone-chilling thing that has ever happened there. My dad's sisters would sometimes hold seances with their friends from school. And one time in particular, they decided to skip school and do one of the, do one in the closet upstairs while everybody else was gone. 2 of his sisters and a girl from school piled into the closet and shut the door. During the seance, my Aunt Anne asked, "Is there anybody here? Please make yourself known." Immediately, my other aunt felt a hand on her back. She jumped to the side a little bit, and Anne saw the hand coming out of a box on the floor. She said it looked dead gray and rotting. The girls freaked out and ran out of the closet. Doors and cabinets were slamming in the house, and they were so scared that they just ran out of the house and left it empty for hours. My dad came home from school, saw the front door open, so he figured somebody was home, was calling for Anne and her to just asking why they left the door wide open. With no answers, he thought maybe they were messing with him. He was the youngest, and often his sisters would pick on him. He walked around the house yelling for them, saying it's not funny, and he didn't want to play along with their stupid games. When he got upstairs, he heard a bedroom door slam. He went to the door, tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He banged on the door. "Hey, this isn't funny. Come on, just open the door." No answer. He tried to turn the knob and pull as hard as he could, but it still wouldn't budge. He put his leg on the wall as leverage and pulled back and finally got the door open just a crack. peeked through the crack and saw nothing. There was nothing there. Nobody holding the door, nobody messing with him. Then the door was ripped away from him, shutting itself again, and he fell onto the ground. He was shocked. He got up and tried to open the door once again, but it opened with no resistance this time. He inspected the room and no one was there. Super creeped out, he went downstairs and found his sisters coming back home. He asked them what kind of game they were playing. They looked scared. They told him that they haven't been home for hours because of what they had seen that morning, and they were not messing with him. The house actually mysteriously burned down years after this, and they were all adults. And I'm pretty sure that they also had a small graveyard close by where the old hospital used to bury bodies. His mom, who's passed away now, 2 of his sisters, and he had all many experiences in that house. However, most of them were not as aggressive as this one. I think that the seance really woke something up that day. Was I being haunted? This happened to me over the course of probably 8 to 10 years. To my knowledge, nobody ever died in or around my house, but my parents did have grandfather's ashes in their closet. If that maybe has anything to do with this, I'm not sure. Sorry, this is going to be a long one. The first account I can clearly remember was when I was about 6. Super young, but I can still remember the night vividly. I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted a little snacky snack. So I walked to the kitchen in the dark and grabbed a banana off the counter. I noticed the light in the backyard was on, so I looked out the sliding glass doors and I saw a man standing out there facing the doors. He looked kind of like a pirate. And like I said, I was super young, so I'm not 100% sure. But I know he was wearing a giant black hat. That's what I focused on the most. I wasn't necessarily scared, but more shocked that someone was out there so late and I didn't recognize him. I looked down to open my banana. When I looked back up, the strange man was gone. I didn't think too much about it and I just went back to my room to eat my snack. But thinking back at it now, it definitely was creepy, but if it was not a ghost of some kind, then there was some kind of strange man wandering around our backyard at night. We did have a dog, and she was very protective and did not like men at all, but she didn't bark or react to anything. I think that she was sleeping in the living room or my parents' room. The second creepy thing I remember, I'm not even sure was paranormal, but who knows? I was 7 or 8, and my brother would have been 10 or 11. Our mom left us home alone for a few hours while she took our little sister to the grocery store. It was a super rainy, stormy day, so I figured it would probably be easier for her to just look after one kid in the store. We were old enough to watch TV and not get into any trouble while she was gone for a bit. So anyways, our dog started going insane at the window in the living room that faced the front yard and street. We live in the suburbs, lots of houses around us. My brother and I, curious, just kind of obviously what the dog was freaking out over, went to the window, peeked through the blinds. We saw someone dressed in all black. Literally looked like somebody wearing a black gimp suit or something. They were crouching in the trees and branches outside the window. We watched for a few seconds. Then whoever it was must have been scared off and jumped off the tree and ran to my neighbor's house, jumped their fence. My brother and I called my mom and told about what we saw. She came home as soon as she could to make sure that we were safe. And we never found out what or who it was. The reason I think this might be paranormal is that nobody's house was ever broken into, and that person or thing moved with almost superhuman speed. They sort of jumped from the tree and over the fence in like 5 seconds. Plus, it was insanely rainy and windy, and who cases a joint in those conditions? The last few things that happened to me when I was a bit older, 14. I forced my brother, who was 17, to live in the garage so I could finally have my own room. My sister, who was 11, and we shared while she was born, and she was a slob, and I would constantly be blamed for her messes, and I was fed up. So anyways, I started mini construction on my new room, painted the walls, ripped out the carpet, etc. This is when I would wake up covered in scratches and bruises that I couldn't explain. I don't sleepwalk. I do sleep on my side and sometimes turn over, but I don't do any crazy flailing. And I never had long nails, so I didn't scratch myself. The nights that I would stay up late, I would hear weird scratching in the walls and sometimes banging. Nobody else have ever heard anything. I also would sometimes feel a weird sensation like I was being watched or being listened to when I was all alone. I would also hear my mom call my name. Not much past that, though, except, well, I really wanted to try a Ouija board, and my dad wouldn't allow it. He grew up in a haunted house, and his sisters would do seances and make things worse. I can post about that later if anybody's interested in hearing his stories. They're much more eventful. I'm now 21 and haven't had any more notable experiences, and I'm still in the same house and the same room. I really just tried to not acknowledge whatever it was in hopes it would stop, and it did, for now. And so did tonight's stories. See ya.